that he's a scientist,
Right.
that he's, a decorated war hero, that he was college educated. And so you're saying the information's out there. What information other than what we're reading is out there?
Well, I mean, now, with like Lawrence
Well,
Wright's
now,
book. And
but no Scientologist is allowed to read Lawrence Wright's book.
they're just not allowed to. So they do an excellent job of insulating people.
Look, if you and I were like friends, right, and you had concern for me in Scientology, and you came to me and you said, Leah, I'm scared for you. I read Going Clear, and I want to know that you're okay. And you and Ange, like, I don't know if this is a good thing for your daughter. I would say, Joe, you know me. I'm a good person. Like, I've been there for you. You're white. Like, come on. I don't do drugs. I don't do not. I don't steal. I don't do.
Right.
Just respect the fact that this is something I believe is helping me. Why would you ask me to look at something that's anti my church or anti what I'm doing?
That's how you would approach it.
And you would accept it, Joe. You'd be like, she's right. It is messed up of me to be telling her these things when she is a good person, and her and Angela are great. Like, you wouldn't push it. You wouldn't push it. You would respect me enough because you would know me enough to go, I don't want to do that to her. It's wrong. It's disrespectful.
So you feel like that happens pretty much across the board?
Well, look,
anybody who's outside,
yes, and
who
when
reads those things.
Yes, well, that's what you're trained to do.
Yeah. So you're working constantly with people that are not in the church, right? You're on sets. You're doing TV shows.
How many people are going to come up to you and say, "Hey, I think you're in a cult"?
Well, in your position, very few, right? Because you were one of the stars of the show,
right?
And everybody is kind of behind you.
Who would do that to Tom Cruise?
Very few, right?
Very few. None.
None.
Yeah, none.
So when he's on a set, is it all like he's doing Mission Impossible or something like that?
Yeah.
Is it all Scientology employees that are constantly surrounding him?
Yes.
So he's got like this wall of insulation.
Correct.
And it's all Scientology people.
Correct.
But the director, the writer, the producer, they don't have to be Scientologists.
Not at all.
No.
No, but they're not invading Tom's space. They're not going to be disrespectful to their lead actor. They're not going to go up to Tom and go, "Hey, Tom, we don't know about our affiliation with you."
Right.
And what you're doing in the Scientology thing. They're not going to rock the boat. They hired him as an actor.
Right. And because of the way Tom Cruise is, I mean, I don't know him obviously, but what I get out of him is he's a super focused, like very
intense,
turned on,
yes,
intense guy.
Yes.
And it probably benefits him having all these servants take care of all his every need so he could focus directly on his thing and just go for it. So for him, it's probably 100% beneficial to be involved.
Correct. Because it is a world that's tailor-made to him.
That's so strange.
And that is Scientology.
What a rare position.
Yes, it is.
For any human to ever find themselves in without like being like the conqueror of a country or something like that.
Correct.
You know?
Correct. I mean, again, I want to make the distinction between, listen, when you gain some success in this business, thank God, you're able to surround yourself with an assistant and people to help you to make your life easier so you could focus on your work. But this is something totally different because behind closed doors, you are acting and being a different way, and you know it. I know it. He knows it. And anybody in Scientology knows it.
And how is he different?
It is about the mission of Scientology, so anything is justified. So
behind closed doors, though, how is he different?
It is nothing out of line, nothing that would upset him. You have to act and be a certain way around him. You cannot, you just can't step out of line, out of the bounds of the policies of the church. And you will be dealt with, and you will be dealt with swiftly within your church. And that seems to be quite abusive to me. I was punished for basically following my own policy of my church, defending my church. And I can't be friends with somebody who, you can't be around that. You can't be around that, and you're getting punished by your church because of it. But that, again, that wasn't really even the reason why I left. I mean, I was dealing with that. I was dealing with being interrogated at my expense. We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And you've given them millions of dollars.
Millions. Yes, millions.
That's insane.
And now they're turning around. They have these hate websites they create on everybody within minutes.
Yeah, I saw yours. It's adorable.
Isn't it great?
Yeah. They can't really say anything. You didn't do anything.
They can say a lot. Listen.
Yeah, but I've read
I said
what they said.
I said it in my book. Okay. Yeah, I'm all those things. Okay. Even if you catch me, in a situation or my husband, it wouldn't change anything about what I'm saying. It wouldn't change a damn thing. It doesn't matter. Their intention is to try to, my husband sometimes sings in a salsa club. You don't think they're going to catch him with a girl somewhere dancing innocently? You know what I'm saying? Yes, you can do all those things. You can hire PIs to follow us. You can get us in situations. But does that change anything?
They're trying to discredit you.
And it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because what you're saying is truth.
Exactly.
Right.
And it's not just me. I'm not saying it. The other thing that bothers me is that it's become my crusade. It's not my crusade. It's my responsibility. And I feel other people need to step up and take some responsibility. I don't want to be the only one saying it. I don't want to be other people, other actors, other officials, the media. They need to not make it about me. Get some balls and say what you really think. Like I was on 2020, right, with Dan Harris. And it's the parent company to A&E. And I did the show for somebody else. And Dan Harris, I said, what do you think of that? Like, what do you think of it, Dan? And he said, I have to be impartial. And I said, would you be impartial about abuse? Are you impartial about this? And I named a few things. And he went, well, no. And I said, right. Okay, you're being an asshole. And, the truth of the matter is, I do think that of this industry. I think this is like a ballless industry. And there's people who have some balls, like you, like Adam Carolla. There's a few people who are in the public eye. Sorry about that. Who are in the public eye that have had the balls to have an opinion. Don't make it about me.
Right.
These things are screwed up. These people's lives are being hurt and damaged, and you're defrauding people out of millions of dollars by your abusive policies. You make things confidential. Then you say these policies don't exist. Why don't you say they exist? You can Google them and see that they exist.
Well, in their defense, what you are is a magnet point because you are a famous person. And so it makes it much easier to concentrate on the whole situation through you.
Right.
Because of the fact that you're a famous person, because of the fact that you lived most of your life in the church, it makes it very convenient to go through you. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing what they're doing in that way.
Joe, here's what I'm saying. If I say disconnection is a policy,
right,
and they say, and then the next headline is Leah Remini alleges that disconnection. I'm not alleging anything. Look it up.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Look it up.
Right.
Don't say that I'm saying it.
They're protecting themselves legally, probably. That's probably what they're doing.
It's available for anyone to see.
Well, because they probably don't want to get sued.
But why would they get sued? It's in their policies.
That's a good question. And maybe they would say that they were misinterpreting it, or
misinterpreting. It says disconnection and suppressives, and it says exactly what when the church labels a suppressive person, your only option is to disconnect. So you have children disconnecting from their own mothers and fathers.
That was one of the most disturbing aspects of your show.
Right.
To see the damage that caused and to see how devastated these parents were and family members were. That's horrible. That's really horrible to watch.
And you know what people say? You knew the policy existed, right? When you were in Scientology. So why are you guys so surprised? We were taught a suppressive person is like
an evil person.
An evil with horns.
Right.
Like Hitler.
Right.
You're not thinking it's my mother.
Right.
My daughter. But when you get pulled in for something like this, which is what they did in the end, they try to get me to disconnect from my stepfather. Then they try to get my stepfather to disconnect from my mother. And so they did this whole thing. Where
your stepfather who brought you in the first place.
No. This is another guy. My mother's busy. Yeah.
She's getting crazy.
Yeah. She's a naughty. But she's been married to George, her husband, for 30 years. So, the other guy ended up leaving us there. He got us into Scientology and then
he took off. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
So talk me through your return. So you go to Florida, you spend 3 fucking months getting grilled every day, putting the pressure on you, and that's been a proven tactic of interrogations that it's always questioned by.
This episode was brought to you by Skillshare.
Really look at
when you see a shoe bill, you might think that they look like dinosaurs, and the awesome thing is they actually are dinosaurs.
On someone about a certain thing, it makes them so uncomfortable that it changes their perception of things to the point where they're willing to admit a lot of things that may or may not be true, just to get the interrogation over.
Are modern dinosaurs within the Clade Aviali in Dinosauria.
So you come back.
But more so than other birds, shoe bills really look the part.
They get their name from their almost comically oversized, shoe-like bill. The rest of their body is also really strange, looking like a hodgepodge of different creatures. They have very ostrich or cassowary-like legs, a stork-like body, and a squarish head that looks like it might belong on a dollar bird, but with the flair of a mandarin duck.
And their call? Well, the word jackhammer comes to mind.
Messed up. I want you to tell me in writing, and then you should also
shoebills are the only member of their genus, and the only other members of their family are hammercocks. They are also super weird looking and are named as such because they're essentially hammerhead birds. While people often call shoebills shoebill storks, they're actually more closely related to herons, ibises, and pelicans, and their only confirmed ancestor is Goliathia, a giant bird who measured over 2 meters tall. Shoebills are endemic to eastern Africa and live in swamps from Sudan to Zambia, though some vagrants have been spotted as far west as the Congo River.
Shoebills are quite large.
Adults can reach well over 1 meter in height, and the tallest one ever found measured 152 centimeters tall.
About up to here.
In order to carry their large bodies, they have huge wings, measuring from 230 to 260 centimeters wide. LeBron James, for comparison, has an arm span of 218 centimeters, quite a bit less than an adult shoebill. These massive wings are great for soaring, and because of their large size, they flap their wings much slower than most other species of bird, only flapping them about 150 times a minute. Despite their large stature, they only weigh between 4 and 7 kilos.
You say that you want to get your
a
money
testament
back. They
to
won't
their
give you
light,
your money
hollow
back.
bones.
How does it go from there?
Their massive shoebill is the third longest in the animal kingdom, ranking after storks and pelicans. But their bill is much larger. It has a bigger circumference than any other bird.
They may look clunky, but their bills are deadly effective tools.
The edges of their bills are razor sharp, which is helpful, as they often will decapitate their prey when hunting. They'll also use their sharpened bill to mow down grass to expose prey. If you look closely, you'll notice their bill isn't entirely rounded, and their upper mandible forms a very sharp nail at the end. They use this to stab and impale their prey. Wicked. They also have very large feet, and their middle toe can be up to 18 centimeters long. This helps a lot when you live in the swamp and spend hours of the day completely still, perched on floating debris, waiting for prey. Shoebills are very solitary and spend their days looking for muddy swamps with mixed vegetation, and then they stand around and wait for prey to swim by.
Their prey of choice, lungfish and bashir.
These two species are particularly interesting because both can breathe outside of the water. They use their ability to get away from predators chasing them underwater, a strategy which is altogether ruined by a lurking shoebill. While lungfish and bashir may be their most common meal, shoebills are hardly specialists and will eat anything that they can get their bill around, including frogs, snakes, lizards, and young crocodiles. Metal. While their main strategy is to find a location where fish is plentiful and then wait, they have been known to hunt in areas preyed upon by hippos, as hippos will scare the fish and force them to surface.
Easy pickings for a shoebill.
Though if a fish refuses to surface, shoebills will use their bill to dig them out of any burrows they might be hiding in. You couldn't guess, these constantly pissed-looking birds are very territorial when it comes to nesting. They nest very far from other shoebills and will fight any competing shoebills and predators like crocodiles that get too close.
Shoebills are monogamous, which is adorable, but they're not great parents.
After their eggs hatch, they tend to only raise the strongest baby, leaving the others to perish. Highlander rules, you know? The babies start fighting each other very early on to be selected as the chosen one. Shoebills reach sexual maturity at age 3 and can live over 30 years in the wild. Between 50 and 80% of their population can be found in South Sudan, with around 5,000 of them living there.
They are listed as vulnerable, and their numbers are declining due to hunting, habitat destruction, and capture for the zoo trade.
Their amazing jackhammer sound is one of the few sounds that they produce.
Read this aloud. What don't you understand?
And they use it to communicate greetings and threats. But with shoebills, the greetings are usually pretty threatening.
While shoebills certainly stand out from the pack, not all birds are so easy to identify.
Right.
If you're interested in learning more about how to identify different bird species in the wild, a good place to start is with a course on Skillshare. The Casual Birder, taught by Sue Pulsifer, offers you an introduction to bird identification. In the course, she will guide you through the process of easily identifying all kinds of birds in your backyard, when you're on a hike, or when you're traveling abroad. Being able to identify the different species of birds that surround us can really help us feel more connected to the natural world, and it'll certainly make your next hike more interesting. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 20,000 courses.
I'm calling bullshit to every celebrity who says that shit, because they know what they're doing. I did it too. I did it too, Joe, so I know what they're doing.
Right.
And they know that I know, which is even sicker.
You're a terrible person to have against you on this.
Why?
Because you're so fiery, and you enjoy this combat. There's a part of you that enjoys it, clearly.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I thought about this when the whole thing first started going down. I was like, oh, she's like a terrible person to leave the church, because she's going to talk shit to the end of time.
No,
like,
but
you're
Joe,
gonna
here's
go,
the thing.
I don't mean it in a bad way.
Listen, Joe, if you told me tomorrow, and I'm really just getting to know you today. I mean, I've known you, but we don't know each other, right? But I'm really, I kind of like you. Like, you're cool. Okay?
Thank you. I like you too.
And you smile with your eyes, which is a thing that I loved about Kevin. Like, that was the one thing I used to say about Kevin. Like, there's like a smile, like behind their eyes, like there's a smile. I always find that to be kind. Now, you could be a total dick and I don't know about it because I don't listen to podcasts. Okay, but are you a dick?
No.
Okay, good. Because if I hear, like, when I leave here, Joe's a total dick.
No,
He's all fuck. You know, okay.
You'll probably hear that from one person or two.
Okay. But
just because you said it.
Okay, but here's the thing. If you call me tomorrow and said, I'm having a problem with my neighbor because he said I'm encroaching on his property and my kid's swing set is encroached, like, I would be so... Like, I would find every resource I could to help you. That is who I am. Not that I'm Mother Teresa. I will get upset about if I see anything on the street. I get involved in shit. I've always been involved in other people's business. Okay, always. If I could see into your house, I will spy on you. I will do shit. If I go into your house, I'm looking in your drawers. I'm in your shit. I'm in people's business all the time. And if I'm in a restaurant, I tell Angela don't speak to me because I want to hear what's going on next to me. You know, and I figure everything out.
Right.
But if I see people being bullied, if I see people being unjustly hurt, yes, I do. I have always said, and people who know me know that's true.
Yeah, well... So, this David Miscavige wife situation, did that get resolved?
No. I filed a missing persons report with the LAPD. And then I found some pictures of the guy who was in charge of my case speaking at a Scientology event on human trafficking, Lieutenant Dawson, at the LAPD.
The police officer?
Yeah.
That was in charge of the case.
He was being paid to speak at the Celebrity Center at a human trafficking event at Celebrity Center, Scientology.
That seems like a massive conflict of interest.
You think? Okay, so then that's funny. So then after that, I called Lieutenant Dawson, and I said, so what's the deal? Because I had given a letter with the police report that said it was to Shelley if they found her. Shelley, go with this man now. I'm going to take care of you. I'll take care of your legal fees. What's going on there is wrong. You have no idea. Because let me tell you something. They have no telephone. They have no mail in or out. They are not allowed to leave the base. If they leave that base up at Riverside County, they are accompanied by security or a handler.
So you think she's a prisoner?
If she's alive and well, the second best case scenario would be, yes, that she's being held prisoner, if not by her own mind.
If she's alive and well.
Right.
So didn't she release some sort of a statement, or someone release some sort of a statement?
Someone did. I don't know who it was from.
To respond to your accusations, right?
They said that they had made contact with her and she didn't want to be found. I said, did you see her, or was somebody speaking on her behalf? You ready for the answer? That's classified.
This is what the police said.
And I said, are you sick? I said, seriously, are you sick? There's something wrong with you? Am I doing something wrong? I filed the report. You know that, right? Like, you know that I filed the report? I thought maybe he was confused and he thought he was talking to my cousin. I said, no, I filed the report. Of course you're going to give me the information. I need to know if you saw her, or the officers that you sent there saw her. Did anybody give her my note? Was she okay? Did you take her off the base? Did you say you wanted to speak to her alone? He said, I can't give you any of that information. Could you imagine? Then I had to spend more money, Joe, because this is not free. I had to spend more money on a lawyer to do a follow-up on the Public Information Act. I asked specific questions. Who did you see? Did you see her? Was she alone? Where did you see her? What did she look like? They didn't give me the information. They go, yeah, you can get that information if you pay $2 more. Okay, we paid the $2 more. And then the thousands of dollars it cost me to get a lawyer to draft up the letter. So it's still ongoing. I still don't have answers.
So she just sort of vanished. She stopped going to events. She stopped being...
And by the way, she is called, her official title is called COB Communicator, Chairman of the Board Communicator. She is by his side 24 hours a day. So imagine going from seeing somebody as a permanent, like, it's not like, oh, sometimes your assistant works, sometimes. This is a person who worked around the clock for him and was his wife.
What do you think happened?
I don't know, which is why I filed the report.
Have you heard anything?
No.
So no one who used to be a part of the church has contacted you?
There would be no, okay, anybody who I would need to talk to me is up behind gates in Riverside County at this gold base. Anybody that I would need to come out and talk to me and give me information, the FBI information, would be behind those gates.
Where are they getting money from now?
Who?
Because the Scientologists. Because it seems like...
Well, you have people like Nancy Cartwright who give $10 million, $20 million. You have some whales in Scientology. You have Greta Van Susteren and her husband.
Greta Van Susteren?
Oh, big time. Yeah,
really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's on her Wikipedia page that she's a Scientologist. Yes, and her husband, too.
But it seems like they have a giant staff. They have a lot of people working there.
Those people work for free, baby. Those people sign billion-year contracts, and they get paid $15 a week. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not being funny.
Billion-year contracts.
I'm not being funny.
No, I know you.
Oh, okay.
And
they get paid $15 a week, and they work from the moment they get up to midnight. They work astronomical hours. These are called Sea Org members. I'm not talking about average Scientologists.
And explain to me the Sea Org, because was that established when L. Ron Hubbard was evading taxes? So
yes,
he got on a boat?
was on a ship. Yes, and he created the ship called the Free Winds, and whatever ship they're not called the Free Winds. It is called the Free Winds now, but that's where they deliver the highest level of Scientology. They're OT8.
So when you get to OT8, you got to get
on
a
the Free Winds. But before that, I don't know the name of his boats, but I think it was called the Apollo.
That was a part of Going Clear that was hilarious when, who was it? One of the writers or one of the
Paul Haggis?
Yes. Yeah. When he received like the highest level shit.
That wasn't even the highest level, Joe.
Wasn't even?
That was OT3.
Really?
Yeah. And when I read it, I literally, you have to go into a secure room.
Talk us through that.
Okay,
what is
so
that
first of all, you have to get invited. You have to get an invitation.
So you'd been Scientology for years. You'd spent a ton of money already.
A ton of money.
And by the way, most
Scientologists don't even get to this.
Most don't. Right. Okay. Yeah, because you have to be wealthy to get to this.
Not only do you have to be wealthy, but a lot of times what they do, the new scam is you got to go, you get to a level and then they go, oh, we messed that up. You have to go back down at your expense.
Right.
You have to redo that part.
You were talking about that on your show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And they rewrite some new thing.
Yeah. Now David Miscavige rewrites things and says he found it in a vault somewhere. And like we all believe it, baby. Honestly, we all believe it because we want to believe it.
So, talk me through.
So you go through this rigorous...
What level did you get to?
OT 5.
Ooh, you got close.
Yeah, I got close. I got to to get to this advanced level, it's called advanced levels. Okay?
Right.
You are put through the ringer. They go through every folder. Now, from the moment you walk into a church of Scientology, they have folders on you. So everything you've ever said is written down and videotaped. Okay, so they get your folders and they cull it. They go through it. Okay, and they go through every transgression. Are you still humping your pillow? Are you still, a nasty asshole to your mother? Like, they go through everything. Are you still connected to this person who said something bad about Scientology 20 years ago? So they make sure that you're eligible to get the advanced data.
And where do they bring you?
Okay, they bring you to a room.
Where is it at?
It's on L. Ron Hubbard Way in Los Angeles. And Fountain. It's called AO.
How nervous are you? Are you freaking out? Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening.
Finally, all this shit I've put up with all my life is finally going to be answered. All my questions of life are going to be answered in this moment.
And you realize this is the moment you're going to get the sacred documents.
So my mother, so because I'm a celebrity, they let my mother come in, and she was also higher level than me, right? So imagine I'm in this double, so you go through one door and then security, and then you got to get a lanyard, you got to get clearance, you got to go take a picture, you've got to sign documents and say if I ever reveal this, it's going to be $100,000. You don't ever get to read any legal document that Scientology gives you, so you just sign things. They say sign here, it's like today what you did here. So I don't know, I could be married to you, as for all I know, what I signed today. I like how you shook your head no. You don't need to shy. Okay, so comedy. You don't deny, Joe, so I don't know why you keep denying.
That's how you step up comedy another notch.
Got it. You deny.
You just go, no.
Oh, I didn't get the memo. Oh, okay, so that's what we're doing now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. So the... okay, so you go into the room, a secure room.
You got a lanyard. They take your photo. You sign the documents.
Well, they give you a folder. You have to get a briefcase that only you know the code to.
A briefcase?
So you go up to the window, to the AO window, and you hand them your briefcase. They scan your briefcase, and they put the materials in the briefcase, and they close it. They turn it back to you, and you lock it. Then you attach the briefcase to your body. I'm not fucking with you,
Like a handcuff?
No, like with a little clip. Like it has to be...
Has to be physically connected to you.
Right, so when you go pee, you have your briefcase
coming with you.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so you get your briefcase. They go down the hall and use your thing, and you're going to be let into one door, and then you're going to go into another door, and then you're going to go into the course room. That's what it's called. So you go into the 3 doors, or 2 doors, or whatever it was, you sit down, you open up your briefcase, and you read the material for the first time. The answers. So my mother's sitting there in front of me. Okay, she's so excited. Understand that, this is what you want for your kids. They're getting up the bridge and they're getting the answers to life. So when they come back next lifetime, they're not going to forget everything. They're not going to be as fucked up as they were when they were, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's really a proud moment, And so my mom's sitting across from me so excited. And I'm reading this, that my body is made up of other beings. My body, my whole body, my thoughts and everything are mixed in with these other beings that compose my body. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are you following me with this? What's your understanding of it?
Your body's made up of other beings.
Right. Everything. Everything. My thumb is composed of
other beings. Your hair is other beings.
Maybe not the nails because they're acrylic.
Okay. Your skin is other beings. Your eyes are other beings.
Everything. Okay. Just here. Just in there. Just... Mm-hmm. My thumb is a person, is a being trapped into this body. Here, okay? So I read this, and the supervisor comes over and he goes, do you understand? I want you to draw it out.
So the supervisor has access to this information?
Yeah, he's standing there to make sure, right? So I go like this, Joe. I don't know.
You draw a little person.
Okay. I go, there's a bunch of beings on me like that. And I give it to him like that, and he goes, start again. I want you to read it again, and then I want you to draw another one. So I go, okay. So I did all this, and I literally did this, Joe. I made circles on every part of my body.
So for people who are just listening, Lee's drawn a stick figure, and she's drawn little circles all over the stick figure.
Right. Okay, now these beings were from 75 trillion years ago. They were put in volcanoes and blown up and packaged and overlord. And anyway.
Are you freaking out at this point?
I look at my mother, who's sitting. Now, the supervisor's standing over me, so I go, what in the fuck is this? What is this? And she's like, isn't it amazing?
So your mom was in. She was buying it.
There's OT8.
Right.
I go,
your mom's OT8?
Yeah.
Your mom's top of the food chain?
Yeah. Not only is my mother top of the food chain when it comes to the counseling side, my mother was top of the food chain when it came to administering Scientology, which is very rare. She was what's considered a high-trained auditor.
But she hadn't read this stuff yet?
Of course she read it. She was just there to see my excitement.
Oh, I see. Okay.
She was just there as a spectator to see her daughter receive the answers.
Right. But you were super skeptical.
Right. Right. Supervisor comes over and he goes, what don't you understand? I go, I understand it. I don't love it. Like, I'm not happy. I go, I just got to tell you, I'm not happy with this is what it was. And he goes, well, you don't need to believe it. You just need to do it. So that's the answer that's given to you. You don't need to believe it. You just need to do it. So then you have to go and audit this. You have to go and do it on yourself. Talk to these beings on the meter by yourself.
So on the meter, meaning you hold the cans. And when I say cans, folks, what they look like, it looks like soup cans. Like if you drained all the soup from a soup can and it had a string attached to it, and it's connected to some...
Yeah, you could just Google what Scientology e-meter.
E-meter, yeah. Okay. So you have to hold the e-meter and discuss this?
No, you think it.
You think it.
You know,
you just think it.
So now you got to go get your material. So after you've been checked out on this and they get that you get what it is, then you go back to the window and they give you your actual, what you're supposed to do with this information. So it'll say, like, it'll be a piece of paper and it'll say, ask this question. And then look at the meter and what the answer is. Whatever answer comes to your mind, write it down.
Huh.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So all you're doing is awakening these things to talk to them, really. Yeah. Right. And to let them go. You're basically saying, like, go be free. Go.
So this is OT3?
Correct. And by the way, when I was a Scientologist and I heard that this was a story, I didn't know. So I would go to the internet and go, OT3 story, but I didn't know if it was true, so I couldn't verify it.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So most people who go, that's bullshit, because they don't know what they're looking at on the internet.
Right.
There's no one to verify it with. So if I went to my mother, let's say before I got to this level, you're told to lie to people.
Oh,
you can't tell people what the answers are because they're going to get pneumonia.
They get pneumonia?
Literally will die.
Okay,
so a lot of times when I lied to the press and then they confronted me on it and said, why'd you lie? I was like, I had to save your life. I mean, I can't. I don't want to give you cancer.
So if you were about to go to OT3 and then you went online and you investigated what is OT3 and then you read a bunch of stuff about these little beings in your body and then asked your mom would have to lie to you.
She would lie to me, as she did. As she did.
So after you got through this, what made you do 4 and 5?
Because there's always the carrot of, like, just wait.
Okay, it'll
and
make
by the
sense.
way, here's what they do. They set up that you're the auditor now. So you're auditing these things in your body. You're now the boss. So they tell you, get your hat on. Like, it's your job. You don't need to believe anything. You just need to audit them. So you need to do your job as an auditor. That's what they're called, auditors. People who are the ones who take you into session in Scientology.
Right.
So you feel like you're in a leadership role. So you're doing these things a favor. You know, and you're like, well, maybe it's true. I don't know. I mean, I do sometimes hear voices, you know, like, you know, you have a moment with yourself and you're like, I might be really kind of crazy. So you're like, maybe this is an answer. It's sick because it speaks to a side of you that wants answers about life, you know, and then you're like, no, this is some crazy shit, man. There wasn't even people. What? No, you know, listen, you believe what you want to believe at the time.
Right. So does it feel to you at the moment like maybe if you just keep going, all the pieces will fall into place, then it'll make sense?
Yes.
It's like, I'm confused now, but if I contemplate this and I really think it over, eventually I'm going to receive enough information where this is all going to be like, oh, I was a fool. I didn't understand.
Right. So, for example, one time I had talked to a friend about it. I said, you know, I heard something about some Xenu shit. She pulled me into Celebrity Center so fast, into a secured room, and she handed me my ass. She said, don't you ever say that word outside a secured room. I'm writing a knowledge report on you. She said, I'm writing a report on you. Swear to God. You never say that word out loud in a room that's not secured. Okay? And never say it again. So she wrote a report on me.
A knowledge report.
She wrote a knowledge report on me. I got sent to what's called ethics, which is like the Justice Department of celebrities, of Scientology. And they said, they brought me into another secured room because they have to get somebody who knows this information. And they said, never, ever say this, never confirm it, never deny it, never give that information out ever. Just never discuss it. Just say, I've never heard of it. You sound crazy.
Wow.
And that's what we all say. You sound crazy. Or, properly done, you get it. Like you'll get it if it's properly done. Those people didn't do it properly. That's why they didn't understand it. Do you see what I'm saying?
There's a line that you cross, right? Yeah. Where like, this is my life. This is Scientology. This is what I believe. And then you cross this line. Oh my God, this is bullshit.
Right.
That line, that bridge that you cross in your mind, is a very distinct transition. So what was that like? Like, what is that transition like? Like, what is your life like?
Well, now.
Once you did, how long ago did you leave?
July will be 4 years.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's not long.
No.
That's really recent.
Joe, and I'm still, finding myself. I'm still like, who am I? What do I believe?
Right.
Am I some bullshit? Am I a person that, like you're saying, loves to fight? Because I don't want that. I don't want to be that person who loves to fight just to fight. I want to be on the path of being righteous. I want to be who I really am. And who I really am is sometimes an asshole, Joe. Sometimes I have a horrible temper. I'm like sometimes I feel like I'm like an old school mafia person stuck in a female like I have really extreme thoughts about life. And I'm finding who I am. I'm finding out what I really believe, because a lot of times I don't know. I go, do I believe in that? Don't I believe in that? I was taught that everybody who smokes pot is evil. Do I believe that everybody who cheats is evil and horrible and just lost? Do I believe that other religions are lost? Do I believe that everybody needs, I'm searching.
So you have to reevaluate your entire belief system now.
Everything. And it was a big part of my day, remember. It gave me a mission. It gave me purpose. And that's what I hear a lot from Scientologists is, ex-Scientologists, not just hearing their pain of losing their families and everything they've ever known, but not having purpose.
Right.
When you wake up every morning. Like, we have purpose, Joe. We have kids.
Yeah.
Thank God for them. But it was so much bigger. It was for your children's children.
That's a giant factor for people.
Yeah.
I have some friends that were deeply involved in the Mormon religion, and they're not anymore. And it was really weird because we went to dinner once. And they were saying, do you believe in a higher power? And I said, it's entirely possible. I said, I don't believe in anything that I don't have any evidence of.
Right.
It's entirely possible. Like, I think the universe is an incredible mystery. Yeah. And I think that life itself in consciousness is an amazing mystery.
Right.
And I don't think we have all the answers. I don't think an ant can understand a cell phone, and I don't think I can understand the universe. I just think my brain is not evolved enough. I don't think our understanding has reached a point where we could really accurately describe what this is all about. And but their answer was like, how do you get up in the morning?
Right.
I go, I love life. I like drinking nice wine. I like having dinner. I like being with my friends.
Joe, not everybody has that.
Well, they probably should find some things they enjoy about this life.
Exactly, but that's the thing, is finding those things for Scientologists. It's like a lot of my friends, like, who didn't really know what I was going through in church, go, you're very kind of childish at times, because I never went to dinner in my 30s and 40s and had wine. Like, I wouldn't go to dinner and have wine. I'd get reports written on me. We had to go to church the next day. I wasn't going out to dinner after the King of Queens and enjoying my friends. If I did, Joe, I was thinking they're lost. They need Scientology. I was never really there. I was never really part of, I'm like living for the first time, but I do have faith. That's the one thing that I have found, and not in a weird way. Not in I'm in another cult way, not in just I have faith for the first time. I don't believe in any one thing. I believe in a higher power, and I believe that having faith, is a big thing.
These people that I was friends with, that I'm still friends with, this conversation got a little weird that night, but it got way weirder years later.
Why?
Because they wound up leaving.
What do you mean?
They left the Mormon church.
Oh, okay. And why did that get weird?
Well, because then they became untethered. And the conversation I had with the wife was very strange because she was like, I grew up indoctrinated in this fundamentalist religion.
Right.
And she goes, and now that I'm not in it, she goes, I don't know what to believe. And I realized that my mindset is kind of fucked up because I'm indoctrinated, like my brain developed as a young age, believing nonsense and never questioning it. She goes, so I feel very vulnerable, very susceptible. She goes, I feel like if the right cult came along, they could scoop me up. And she was laughing about it, but she wasn't laughing about it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm the opposite now. That's why, like, when I don't want you to tell me nothing. I don't want to be told a damn thing. I've been told my whole life what to do and how to think, so I've gone the opposite. Just don't tell me what I need to do. And the pendulum swing is far. You know what I mean? Like, even going to the DMV, when they go, you need to stand there. I don't need to stand anywhere. Like, I don't need, guess what? I don't need my license renewed. And then I'm that person. I will destroy my whole day and get a ticket because I don't want to be told what to do. Don't talk to me like I'm, your child, and don't talk to me like, I'm very much that way. You should have shorter nails. I don't give a shit what you think about my nails. I want them that they're slightly longer than average because it's purposeful. And when I don't want them anymore, I won't have them. But that's just a small scale. But I don't want people telling me what I should think anymore. And let me find my way. I'm going to make mistakes. But I want to find my own way.
So you're sort of reestablishing your own personal sovereignty.
And I don't know what it is, Joe. Like I said, I'm going to piss some more people off, I'm sure. And I'm going to make a lot of mistakes. I'm going to not be the perfect person people think I am or want me to be. But I got to make mistakes. That's how you learn. I wasn't able to learn.
Right.
It was like, do it this way. This is the way we do it. We don't do this. We don't do that. I mean, I was always a little bit of a rebel but I thought everybody was being held to this higher standard. They weren't. I was finding out other celebrities were smoking pot and then going into the sauna. Yeah, exactly. Like doing their purification rundown 100 times.
What's
because
that?
That's in the beginning steps of Scientology. You have to do what's called a purification rundown. It's supposed to detox your body of all...
Thetans?
Not thetans. You're not there yet.
No?
No, Joe. You don't get to say that.
I don't get to say it?
No, baby, until you get there.
Oh, when do you get there?
What you have to spend $380,000 and about 40 years of your life.
40?
Yeah.
That's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. No. You learn, basically, purification rundown is just, you're supposed to sweat out all of the toxins lodged in your fatty tissue. Now... The problem with that is you're taking large amounts of niacin, and they claim you're running out like suntan from when you were a kid and from other lifetimes, and it's really
niacin.
Yes,
like
niacin.
Flash niacin, so you feel it in your skin, it gets you hot. And
yes, and you have to sit in the sauna for 5 hours.
Wow.
It's a 5-hour thing. But I was finding out, I was like, wait a minute, why was that person even smoking pot? We're not allowed to smoke pot, right? Like, I haven't been smoking pot this whole time, where people do. And I'm learning that other people were smoking pot, doing other drugs, and then going in the sauna. I was like, wait, I didn't know there was an option for me. Like, I was living by this, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm going through now. I'm not saying I'm smoking pot, but...
It sounds like you want to.
A little bit. Only because I want to be calmer, but...
it might not make you calmer.
It all adds to... Okay, then I don't want it.
Well, it could. It has a different effect on everybody.
I feel like I'm too old for that shit.
No, you're definitely not.
Joe, I'm too old for it.
No, you're not. No, you're alive. If you're alive, you can experience the benefits of a consciousness-enhancing substance, whether it's mushrooms or pot or anything.
Joe, that's crazy.
No, it's not crazy. It's not crazy.
I don't know. Look at me. I'm like getting...
Yeah, you're freaking out. You've been in a cult your whole life. Sorry, folks.
How the fuck? Nobody in Scientology, other than the people who are going to attack me and you, are listening to this.
Well, even the people that are going to attack you and me, I feel bad for them. I feel bad for them. I feel bad for anybody that wants to attack anybody for their beliefs or for talking about stuff. And guess what? If your religion or your belief system is so easily destroyed that someone can have a disparaging opinion about it, and that threatens you to the point where you want to attack that person, you're doing something wrong.
Right.
You're a lot of people that have different opinions about a lot of different things.
Right.
And it's one of the more interesting things about life.
Right.
Like, you don't like coconut water. I fucking love coconut water.
Surrender.
We're allowed to. You don't.
Yeah.
You like cologne. I think it smells like shit. We're allowed to have different opinions.
Yes.
This is one of the beautiful things about life.
Yes.
People like different kinds of music, different styles of art. They
Yeah.
like different kinds of houses and different landscapes.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that makes people interesting.
Right.
So the problem with any kind of ideology, the problem with what this represents, or any other kind of cult, or any other kind of really rigid structure, is that human beings are very susceptible to those kind of routines.
Right.
We're very susceptible to influence. We're very susceptible to other people carving out these predetermined patterns of behavior that you just quickly slot into.
Right.
Because it keeps you from having to form your own opinions.
Correct.
And that's
And-
everything that's wrong.
And you truly believe that you believe it.
Yeah, I'm sure. And you do
That it
believe
comes from
it.
you.
do.
Yeah,
I mean,
but-
it's very easy for people to just slot themselves into these patterns
Right.
and adopt those opinions as their own instead of trying to formulate their own, because it's very complicated to try to formulate your own opinions.
Right.
And they have to be flexible because new information comes up, and then you have to kind of change them and adjust them, and then recognize that perhaps like you're recognizing right now that like, wow, I've lived a lie
Right.
for like a long period of time.
Completely.
I mean, it doesn't discredit you as a human. It doesn't, I mean, and it's very brave of you to discuss that openly, because it gives people that are listening to this the same sort of understanding of these thoughts that are in their own mind, whether it's
Correct.
because of whatever religion, fill in the blank. And that's the other thing about this. How the fuck do they have tax exempt status?
Well, because first of all, the IRS, they answered the IRS questions to get that status, and one of them is, do you have any other affiliation with any other god? Of which they said no. They deal with they believe that they are spiritual beings, and they deal with the spirit.
Right.
And so they answered the questions that needed to be answered for the IRS.
But isn't it amazing that any religion gets tax exempt status? Like, all of them are ridiculous.
Well, I don't want to make a comment about other like bona fide religions, because I don't like.
Do you think some of them are bona fide?
Well, yes, I do. And I'm going to tell you why. I mean, honestly, Joe, you have to really make the distinction between an organization that takes your mind hostage from the minute you walk in that you are required to be there 2.5 hours a day, that your eternity is at stake, that the planet, every man, woman, and child on this planet, their lives are at stake with what we do in Scientology.
Don't you think the people who are like super hardcore fundamentalist Christians believe that?
You said fundamentalists. Okay, so
Right.
I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about are what I witnessed as a child with my grandmother. My grandma lived down the street from her church. We would walk in on the way to get, sausage and meatballs and things she needed to make her sauce. And she'd go in and light a candle for her friend Connie, or she'd go in and light a candle because I lost my ring, or she'd pray to this saint or that saint. And when I was scared at night, she would say, pray to this person, pray to, do your cross, and God's going to protect you when you sleep. And here's your angel, and, here's your little, she would give me little, the saints on the necklaces and stuff.
Mhm.
And she'd say, and I believed for that night that saint was protecting me, or that God was protecting me. And those moments,
gave you comfort.
It gave me comfort. And so that's what I tell my daughter. I don't want you to believe in anything, although I did baptize her as a Catholic. I said, I want you to really find your way with some kind of spirituality. But I'm going to baptize you Catholic because I feel you need some kind of foundation. But I don't want you to be forced to believe in anything. But I want you to believe in something, or you're going to fall for anything. And I didn't have structure as a child. I had Scientology.
But that's a structure, right?
Well, I mean a real religious base.
A real religious base.
Correct.
Have you ever heard the difference between a cult and a religion? This is a beautiful quote.
What is it?
A cult is bullshit. It's created by one person. That person knows it's bullshit. In a religion, that guy's dead.
Right. Did you come up with that?
No. No.
Seems very Joe-ish.
No. It's just something I read.
Yeah, I like it. But
Yeah.
it's true. So so that was my experience of religion. Now, I know people feel very differently about religion being forced down their throat, but I would have kind of loved, going with my family every Sunday to church. I think it created, when I saw my father doing that with his other daughters, I was a little bit jealous that we didn't have that.
Right.
That we didn't get Easter dresses, and it wasn't a big thing because we didn't have that growing up.
It gives you comfort, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that's also I'm trying to look. It doesn't cost $250,000, to get up to this level that I explained to you. And by the end of it, if you have made millions, that you're going to give those millions away. It is a requirement. That's not a requirement in other religions. That you are not allowed to talk to certain people. That now I understand that there are other cults that do that. And I do call those things a cult because I don't think any organization, any church should tell people who they can and cannot talk to, what they can and cannot read, what they should and shouldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
The person should make their own decisions based on the information that's given to them or information that they find on their own.
Right.
It's very different. This is a pay-before-you-go proposition. There are repercussions to leaving. Nobody knows that I went in and out of a Catholic church the other day and lit a candle. Nobody's calling me saying, where are you? Why are you not here? Who are you talking to? You need to come in. Or we're going to start working on your family, destroying your family. Who does that?
I understand what you're saying. But, there's different styles of behavior patterns that exists in all sorts of religions. Like Buddhism is radically different than Islam, and there's different requirements that they ask of the people. And a lot of it is based on the environment that these religions were established in, based on how long these things have gone on for, whether or not the people that are a part of that religion have gone through the Enlightenment, like what different factors played a part in what standards they uphold today and what make people. But my issue is always with subscribing to predetermined patterns of behavior and ideologies where they indoctrinate you on specific ways to think.
And that's what this is.
Yeah, that's what a lot of religions are. I mean, it's a real issue with human beings.
Well, my grandmother, of course, was
As
raised.
was mine.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Raised to think a certain way about people or lifestyle. And but she had the choice to be friends with somebody who maybe wasn't those things.
Right, sure.
She had a choice.
Yeah.
We don't have a choice.
No, it's pretty obvious that, especially in particular the way you're describing Scientology, it's far more suppressive than most and far more rigid in its behavior patterns.
Right.
And they force you into these behavior patterns, and it's incredibly difficult to break behavior patterns, especially when you believe firmly in your heart that this is the right way to be.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's justified because you're clearing the planet.
It's just amazing that they don't have to pay taxes. Like, that's stunning if you look at their doctrine. If you look at
but that's the thing. Where there have been judges that should have looked into the doctrine, they said it's not. We cannot actually look into the doctrine. But they need to understand that you need to look into the doctrine where it's abusive and hurting people.
Yeah.
If your doctrine calls for you to hurt people, hurt children, the government does need to step in. You're right. I agree.
Well, it just absolutely the accusations about the Sea Org and about people making $15 a week and about these people that are essentially working as
that's not illegal.
Indentured servants.
But that's not illegal. They sign up for it.
So as long as you sign up for it and sign that $1 billion contract, you're not subject to any minimum wage laws or anything along those lines.
No. And by the way, Joe, I'm not really that smart enough to speak on these things because people think that my agenda is to take away their tax exempt status. I would love for that to happen, but that's not the reason for the show.
You just want to express yourself and be honest about your experiences and help other people
not my experiences.
Be free.
These are other people's experiences.
Right. But yours, too.
Well, but because I know it's true, because I experienced it, I'm co-signing. And I'm saying, if you're going to bully somebody, bully me, bully A&E, but I'm going to let these people tell their stories because they're telling the truth.
Right.
Yeah. And if we weren't telling the truth, you would have sued us. So cut the shit already. Well,
that's what's interesting is the disclaimer at the end of your episode.
The end of our episode, it's in 100 times.
Yeah.
It's bullshit, but they got to do it. I understand.
I think it's smart. It's smart to do it.
It's a lot to me. It's annoying. Every time I see it, I roll my eyes. I mean, every time I see it, I go, "Nyeh." I understand it, but it's annoying because what we're saying is true, again, this is a litigious group, okay? They're not going to shy away from any lawsuit. If they could have sued us, they would have. But they know what we're saying is true. These are the policies of the church. Here's the thing, Joe. What they should do is go, yeah, we subscribe to these policies. You don't fucking like it, don't be part of our church. But don't say we're all lying.
Right.
It's right there on the internet, you assholes. I have the books in my freaking garage.
Right.
What are you yawning about?
No, not yawning at all.
I felt like you were.
No. I'm just thinking. Now, your current state right now, like doing this show and having all these people, I feel like you're helping a lot of them for sure, because you're getting their message out there. And again, it's a very heartbreaking message when you see these people and they're not in contact with their children and they're not in contact with loved ones.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine my daughter doing those videos, going, "My mother just wants to make a buck. I'm disgusted by my mother. I'm disgusted that she's my mother." I would be devastated.
No, it's crazy.
And I'm one of the lucky ones. You know, like, these things didn't happen to me, Joe. I wasn't molested. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't physically hurt. I wasn't. My kids didn't disconnect from me. My mother didn't disconnect from me. I have my mother during the holidays. I have my sisters. I have my husband.
Now, your life must have revolved around the church in a very big way socially.
Yeah.
What is that like now? Like, all those people, they've written you off, right?
Yeah, it's sad. I'm sad for them, because our relationship was obviously dependent on my relationship to the Church of Scientology.
You can understand that, right? From them being brainwashed
No, because they knew me.
Right.
So for my church to say Leah's an enemy of our church, my friend should have said bullshit.
Well, aren't you kind of an enemy of them now, though?
I don't know why I would be. They know we're telling the truth.
Right, but that truth is very damaging to their organization.
Why is it damaging?
Because their organization
is the policies of the church.
Right, you're right. No, I'm not saying
Be
you're saying
proud.
anything wrong.
Stand behind it. Say you don't like it, don't be part of it.
Yeah, but they can't really do that.
Why?
Right? Because they're doing some fucked up things.
Baby, they say they're the epitome of morality. They're the elite of mankind. They're saving the planet. So when you go on their website and see that they say that they're the largest growing religion, they are the only ones with the solution to life, to man's ills, I'm not making this up. Okay, so when you make those kinds of claims, you then stand behind it. Say that's right. That's right. We don't believe in other things. We think you're all lost. We are extremists. We are bigots, and these are our beliefs. And don't join us. We obviously have enough money.
Do you communicate with any of the people?
They're not allowed to talk to me. As a matter of fact, I've seen celebrities who talk shit to me on Twitter and social media, not directly at me, and they run from me. They run from me at parties, and they're lucky. They're lucky that they run, because honestly, I don't mind you talking shit. Just when you see me, back it up. That's all. Just back it up when you see me.
Can you say
I don't want to name. You want to know why I don't want to name a name, Joe?
Yes.
Because I don't want to give him that much credit. I don't want to give him that. You can just name any celebrity that you know, like that's a Scientologist. Who do we have? We have Kirstie Alley. We have Tom Cruise.
Kirstie Alley's still in?
What? She called me a bigot. Yeah, she's big time.
You're a bigot?
I'm a bigot.
Because you don't like Scientology?
Right. But I wasn't a bigot when I didn't like anybody else but Scientologists, right? Because that's what I was very much a bigot, and she knows it.
Who else is in? Greta Van Susteren. She's deep.
Greta Van Susteren, Danny Masterson.
I don't know who that is.
Laura Prepon. He was on the 70s Show.
Oh, yeah. She's in, right?
Laura Prepon. Juliette Lewis. Her brother, Lightfield Lewis.
She seems
As a matter of fact, Lightfield Lewis was
balanced.
just at a wedding. Juliette Lewis's brother, who I grew up with, Lightfield, okay, in the Scientology community. He was filming a wedding. He was doing the video.
Mm-hmm.
He literally ran from me and my husband at the wedding, and he was videoing the wedding. So whatever that shot was. And my husband even said to him, hello, like he said, hi. He goes, hey, Lightfield, and he ran, and the other band members, because Angela was singing, right? The other band said, "Is he okay? Is he?" And he's like, "Oh, he's just a Scientologist."
Who else is there? Who else? I'm ignorant as to how many celebrities are Scientologists. I don't know.
Beck. Well, I'm trying to.
Beck's a weird one.
Why?
Well, because he's a musician. Yeah. You know, and he's like a uber creative. You would think that person's like super open-minded. He comes out with a song like "I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me?"
Did he come out with that song?
It's his song.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm a loser.
Are you sure?
That's him. So why don't you kill me? Yeah, that's him.
I loved that song.
It's Beck. It's like his big hit.
Yeah, are you for sure?
100%.
Okay.
Right? Jamie,
okay.
you know, right?
Okay,
yeah.
this one's saying yes, so I believe him because he seems Beck-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a Beck, like he would be a 9-inch nails person.
That's Jamie. He wears Yeezys. Poor
really?
bastard. Look at him.
Douche. So douchey. They gave me an innie.
Who else? Who else is in deep? Jenna Elfman, right?
Jenna Elfman.
She's still in deep?
Deep.
Whatever happened to her? She had that big show? Like,
I don't know. We all go up and down in our careers. You know, that's the thing, too, is like I love how the church tries to measure, like, she's an actress past her time. I was like, oh.
The church says that?
Oh, yeah. It's on my website.
How's anyone past their time if you're still alive and acting, right? I mean,
yeah, I was famous
Betty
enough,
White's not past her time.
I was famous enough when I was in.
Right. Okay. Oh, now you're past your time. That's what they're saying about you? Right. Oh, hilarious.
Right.
That's adorable.
And by the way, you can't measure people. Like we have an up and down career. That's our but I don't need to work. I want to work. I love what I do. I love acting. I love making people laugh. But I don't need to do it.
Right.
You only need one solid hit in your life. You know that.
Right.
This is my passion. This is something that I always wanted to do. As far as helping people, this is why I was in Scientology.
Mm-hmm.
I loved helping people. It was everything to me. If somebody needed help, I was there. I just love it. That's why I know, like, to talk shit about these people, I know in their hearts they really believe they're helping. Even attacking me is helping.
Right.
So I don't really want to call these people out like this specific person, but at least have the balls to back it up when you see me.
So you believe they just have misguided intentions, but their intentions are correct, as you did at one point in time too. So you're uniquely qualified.
I would call anybody a liar, a bigot. I would tell the Xenu story is a lie. It's crazy. You sound crazy.
What is the Xenu story?
This is the story. This is how they got to be attached to our bodies. The Xenu story is they got packaged. What is it? You can Google
it. They fell into a volcano, or got dropped into a volcano or something?
They got packaged. Like there was a planet that existed like this. It looked like this. And then the Lord Xenu thought that there was too many people on the planet, so he packaged all these people up.
Is that OT8 stuff?
No, I think this is OT3 stuff.
OT3. And what happens like at OT8? Your mom's out now, right?
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. So you are told from the very beginning in Scientology that you have a reactive mind. And so in Dianetics, you are running out these bad experiences that you've had, maybe this lifetime, maybe last lifetime, maybe lifetimes ago. So you're told that you have a reactive mind, and we're going to take it away. We're going to find it, and we're going to take it away. So you don't even know that you have it until you're told you have it, right? So you run all these like things, these incidents. Like you'll get a picture in your head. Oh, I'm getting a picture that I was like a French, I don't know, medieval times, whatever. They're like, that's okay. Right. You don't have to believe it. Just say it. Just say what it is. Yes, and then I was burned at the stake. I was a witch. Obviously, I was in Salem, and I was burned because I have a problem with fire, you know. And you're making up these things as you go. And then you're like, I think I'm making these up. And then there's a policy that says the person's going to say, by Elmore Hubbard, that they're making it up. But they're not making it up. These are real pictures of real past lives. I don't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. By the time you get to OT8, you're told, okay, so what wasn't true? All of that was a lie. You made that up. But what aren't you? So I'm not a body. I'm not a arm. I'm not a this. I was never Louis I was never that guy that I said. I was never a witch in Salem. I was never. So that's what OT8 is. So you're basically told what wasn't true. What are you? Like, what are you really? I'm just me is the answer.
How did your mom get out?
My mom got off that ship, and she said, I'm never going back.
Why is that?
Doing another thing, because she thought it was bullshit.
But she thought it was okay when you were going through your OT3 thing, and they're explaining to you that you're covered with bugs.
You're not ready.
Beings.
You're not bugs, baby. What didn't you understand? Do we need to go back? Baby, do we need to do
No, we don't. But okay. I'm laughing. I'm just joking around.
Okay.
Little beings. Not bugs.
Like
sorry.
you and I, just without a body.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay.
So your mom got all the way past that.
Yes.
And something, she decided at one point in time it's bullshit.
It wasn't for me.
What was it that she decided?
She couldn't tell me that.
Oh.
If she would have told me that, that would have stopped me from going. They would have pulled me in immediately.
So when did she think it was bullshit?
On OT8.
Oh, so she got to the top.
But she can't tell me she thinks it's bullshit. I'm still coming up behind her.
Right.
If she then pulled me in and said, Leah, this is bullshit, like I don't want you to continue, then I would have turned her in. I would have.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? They would have gone to work on me and your mother. You need to disconnect from your mother. She didn't want me to disconnect from her.
That's so complicated.
She didn't want to lose her family. So you learn to be quiet.
It's so complicated.
It is complicated, and it takes years and years of this. You don't just, it doesn't happen overnight.
So your mom got to OT8, so she had to go to the ship.
Yeah.
And is it the wackiest of the wacky when she got to there and she's like, this is nonsense, I'm done?
She was just happy to be done, finally. It was almost like she was free.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what happens when she left? Did they go, hey, where are you going?
No. She, after you're done, they let you off the ship.
Right.
You complete it, you get a cert, and that's it.
And then you don't have to go every day anymore?
No. And now, but
Really?
they created more OT levels now, so she would have been called back in.
They created more.
Yeah.
So you get to 8, and you're like, look, we just went to the vault.
Right.
We uncovered a scroll.
Right. We found some writings of L. Ron Hubbard before he passed. And I swear to God, it's not even a lie, and you believe it. Joe, don't laugh at me, because I feel bad for people.
I do too.
Looking back, I go, we went into it like with a good heart, like we believed what they were saying. It was like, what do you mean you just found it? L. Ron Hubbard said it was the end of the bridge, was OT8. And we spent our whole life doing this. Like, you want there to be a definite end, so you could live your life a little bit.
It's just incredible that a science fiction writer could create something like this that's so poorly written and poorly thought out.
We only knew of his science fiction writing like from him telling us, but it wasn't like we were knew L. Ron Hubbard as a science fiction writer.
But there must be some knowledge of it, otherwise Battlefield Earth would have been made.
Oh, of course. They have a whole building they have a whole literary building on Hollywood Boulevard called Arthur Services. And it's all dedicated to L. Ron Hubbard's publishing. And you walk in, you think this man is a serious writer. Like, this is somebody who was really well accomplished in this
For people who
world.
don't know, he wrote more books and wrote more stuff, more fiction than any human being that's ever lived ever.
Is that true?
Yes. He wrote more fiction than anyone who has ever walked the face of the planet.
Doesn't that say something about his
he
abilities?
made up more shit than anyone who ever lived. So he wrote down more shit that never really happened than anyone who ever lived.
Right.
But the Scientology stuff he was telling the truth about.
Right. But you don't make that, you don't think that, understand, you don't make that distinction. You're reading Dianetics because it's a self-help book.
Right.
And like you were searching for something bigger. Most people are looking for that. And so when you read that book and you're like, oh, I could cure myself of psychosomatic ills. And
right. Well, that was a big part of Going Clear, is that it seems pretty obvious that he was going through some issues himself, and he was trying to self-diagnose.
Well, he cured himself of blindness, he said. So, and you believe it. You want to believe it, Joe. You want to believe, like, I can cure myself of things. I am the cause of my own well-being by my own thoughts, and I don't want this reactive mind. And that makes sense, right? When people say, have you ever done anything that is uncontrollable to you, that is damaging to you, and you're like, yeah, every day. I don't want to make bad decisions. Well, that's because it's your reactive mind.
Right.
It's beneath you. It's in your subconscious, deep in your subconscious, and we're going to help you find those areas, and we're going to help you to stop making bad decisions. And who doesn't want that?
Right.
And you believe it. You go from maybe, punching somebody in the face, for looking at you a certain way, to being able to control your emotions. You're like, oh, okay, maybe this is working. Oh, okay, I used to do drugs. Now I don't. In Kirsty's case, it saved her life. So if she believes that it saved her life, it saved her life. I'm not taking that away from her. I'm not taking away your gains and your wins, but don't take away the fact that I'm telling the truth. And don't come from me when I'm telling the truth, because then we do have a fucking problem.
Well, it seems like, they're a clan, and you are opposing the clan,
But they know it's true.
Right.
So listen, if you didn't know it was true, then I'd be like, oh, she's unaware. She knows it's true. So to come from me is kind of crazy.
It is kind of crazy, right? Like, what is the predominant criticism amongst these people? They can't say you're lying, right?
Yes, they say I'm lying.
About
they say
what?
We're all lying, baby, not just me. We're all lying. Any person who's spoken out against the church is lying. We are bigots. We are invalidating their religious beliefs. We are telling them that something didn't help them. Nobody's saying that. If you feel you've been helped, you've been helped. However, you know the truth, and now you have a responsibility. But what they think is, I don't want to have a problem. Scientology helps me, and so that's all I care about.
Right.
So you don't give a shit about abuses. You don't care that children were being molested and these things were being hidden. You don't care that
What
people
children
are being
molested?
Honey, if you even just Google what I just said, Scientology and child molestation, you will come upon website after website of people saying, I was molested while I was in the church, and the church did nothing about it. I'm not alleging it. This is what I've read. This is what I've seen.
Right.
And I've been in.
So I hadn't heard that before.
Well, you can hear it. You're gonna hear it because people are becoming more and more vocal about what's happened to them. And so if I seem overly passionate about this subject, it's because I have heard these stories over and over again behind the scenes. I have heard stories of people being abused, children being abused, mentally, physically, sexually. And I'm only me with a show. You know, A&E can't do anything other than just let me tell these stories.
Right.
So I'm virtually, and Mike Rinder and other avenues that we really can't talk about. I'm trying to do something right by these people. And so the last thing that I want to be bothered with is bullshit from a celebrity who knows that we're telling the truth about what we have already spoken about, but to be interested enough to maybe find out what I am talking about now.
Right. Well, the Greta Van Susteren one is really odd because she's a news person. She's supposed to be a television news journalist, right? I mean, isn't that what she does?
I don't know. Yes, but why? Why is that?
Because I would just assume like you would want your news from someone who doesn't believe a bunch of wacky shit.
Well, then in her defense, I mean, who knows what any person believes?
True.
However, the distinction that I'm glad you did make is when you are hearing about abuses, when you are hearing about things that are happening that are hurting people, you then do need to say, I'm aligned with this organization, and so I do need to find out.
Right. How long has she been in it?
I think most of her life.
There's a lot of people like that, right? You get indoctrinated as a child.
Always. Yes.
Have you received emails or any sort of contact from people who your show benefited and it was the catalyst for them leaving?
A lot. No, for leaving? No.
Yeah.
I have. We've received tons of emails of people who said, I'm glad you told me that. I'm glad I watched your show. I am well informed now. I will never step into a Church of Scientology.
But what about people leaving because of it?
Well, you're not getting Scientologists watching the show.
Right.
No,
they have shows, right?
Baby,
they do have TV, right?
You don't have to be on the front. Well, average Scientologists do, but they're not watching shows like this. They'd have to pay for that. Literally, Joe, like you'd have to go in the next day and pay to have your own interrogation and punishment handed to you for watching a show like ours or going clear. After a while, you just go, I don't want the punishment. Especially if you believe that I am the devil. If you believe that I am a liar, that I have crossed over to another side, that I'm not to be listened to, why would you support somebody who is talking shit about you and your faith or your family and people you love? Would you go out of your way to listen to them? Maybe. But the average person doesn't want to seek out things that they think are damaging to them.
What kind of blowback have you received from this? Like, and what kind of blowback is a guy like Paul Haggis or Lawrence Wright or any of these people?
Well, Paul had to watch his family go on his hate website that the Church of Scientology created and watch his family talk about him, disconnect
because they're still in it.
Because they're still in it. Disconnect from him, as every single person who's been on the show. They've been followed. They've been harassed. They got PIs following them. They have people showing up at their jobs. They're getting mail all of a sudden. Like people who don't even have never stepped into a church are getting mail connected to me. Mail at their house. Do you know what I mean? Like, have never stepped into a Church of Scientology. The girl does my eyebrows. She's like, I don't know. I said, you never stepped into a church of Scientology? She said, never. She's getting mail for the first time from the Church of Scientology. It's just crazy. But that's just a little anecdote. But to have your family make videos of you, to not talk to you, to refuse to see you, their own grandchildren, that's just something I can't deal with. But also now, what I'm dealing with now is hearing stories of these people who've been silenced for years, the pain that they've had to deal with and sustain through these years. The fact that they're normal in any way is a miracle. And so I hope to do something with them, and I hope to make some change.
What are the positive aspects of Scientology, and how do you think it benefited you? And do you think it's possible to take some of those positive aspects and either reform that organization or form another organization that doesn't try to control people's thinking, but maybe tries to encourage the positive benefits of being a part of a group?
I couldn't promote anything good about it because I know it's an all-in proposition.
Right, but isn't there some
you
benefits?
Can read books, and you can always buy the books if you want to buy the books. But I mean, I don't think there's. I'm going to a therapist now, and I bring up concepts, and she's like, "Oh yeah, that was in psychology, my psych one." I'm like, "What?"
A lot of it is from that.
A lot of it is from that. This existed.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I believe in finding things that work for you. I don't think it's one thing. The one thing that my therapist is teaching me is that it's not just one thing. You get something from here, you get something from there. It's knowledges. Scientology is not about knowledges. It's about us.
And this therapy thing is very new to you. You never went through any therapy.
No, as a matter of fact, my first thing that I said to her is, I just want you to know that I think I know more than you. I was taught as a Scientologist that you have wasted your life going to college. I could do for a person in 5 minutes on this e-meter what you're going to do with me in 5 years. What
did your therapist say?
I understand that you feel that way. And she said, that spirituality and religion should have nothing to do with the ego. But that stayed with me for a second, because I was like, I have a huge ego. She's right. Scientologists believe that they have the answers. And when you believe that, you have shut yourself off to the fruits of observation, to experiencing other people, to opening your heart up to things. I mean, it shuts you off completely.
So you feel like this is a part of you that you're re-exploring, or exploring maybe, for the first time.
Your non-cologne thing is like, I'm so judgy about it, but I'm willing to maybe change my mind.
My non-cologne thing. I'm sure you've seen that video of Tom Cruise where it's got the Mission Impossible sort of soundtrack playing in the background. He's talking about a car accident. Have you stumbled upon a car accident?
Yeah.
Like, you know that you are the one who has to take care of it because you're a Scientologist and you're the only one who can handle that.
And you believe that when you're a Scientologist. You are not only... You are taught that we are the only ones doing anything, that you are the only ones. That's why it was so shocking to me when no one in my church was willing to stand with me. I was like, wow, so we are not those people who stand up, right? We're the people who look the other way. Because you're all looking the other way because of Tom, because of Dave Miscavige, because you have no balls. Really? Are we those people? Because the truth of the matter is, when there was an accident, Joe, I did stop. I am that person that stops and say, "Are you?"
So that's one of the positive benefits of Scientology.
Well, you feel that you're responsible for everything,
and you felt like you wanted help as well.
Always.
You felt you could help and you wanted to help.
Always.
That's a positive thing, right?
You're right, and all Scientologists do think they're helping.
Right. So there's got to be some. One of the things that I've found about a lot of Scientologists.
No, that's a huge ego,
yes.
Joe. If you think you're the only one doing anything.
Right.
By the way, there are other people who stopped, but I believed that it was because I was a Scientologist that I stopped.
Right.
But then I saw in life, I was like, wait a minute, there's good people in the world. They have no interest, no ulterior motive, no vested interest in helping somebody.
Right.
They're like, I'm almost shocked, with the show. That's why, in the last episode, I was in tears. I was a mess because I was shocked by the goodness of people, that I thought the world was so screwed. Because of Scientology, because I thought we were the only good people in the world. Do you see what I'm saying? I know that sounds so stupid and juvenile.
It doesn't, though. It completely makes sense. And honestly, from someone who's lived their entire life indoctrinated in that ideology, and you've only been out for 4 years, you're showing a remarkable amount of self-insight and a remarkable amount of ability to examine the flaws of your past thinking.
And current.
Yeah, and current, yeah.
Because every day I'm like, that's really messed up, Leah.
But to abandon the foundation that you've kind of established your entire life on, it's got to be insanely difficult. And to do it in your 40s after all these years of being involved in this crazy sort of organization, it's very admirable. It's very hard. It'd be way easier for you to just stay inside your comfort zone, keep doing all your nonsense, get up to OT 55 or whatever the fuck it is now. You know, and just keep paying the money and keep your friends.
Right.
You know, do you miss any of your friends that were in it?
No, I only miss the children of, like my goddaughter. And, you know, because I see her, she lives in my neighborhood.
And she can't talk to you? Well,
her mother can't talk to me. She doesn't know me now. I delivered her, you know, delivered her in the hospital. And then we moved my friend close to me down the street so that she could be in a certain school district, and then I'd be able to be with my goddaughter. And I see her in the neighborhood, and she can't talk to me. So my goddaughter doesn't know me. She wouldn't know to come to me because she's now only, 5, 6. You know what I'm saying?
Right. How are they hanging on? How do they stay?
They have amassed $3 billion in assets.
$3 billion.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and so it's going to take a few good men and women to stand up with us and get interested. You know, like I said, there's been a few public figures to publicly come out. You're now one of them. Conan is another one, and Bill Maher. Like, there's some people with some balls that are willing to say this is bullshit and we should be doing something about it. The world at large is supportive of me and the people who are contributing to the show. Amazingly supportive. Social media has been amazing to us. And as well, A&E, very brave to do a show like this. This is the first time of its kind. I mean, a series about it. It took some balls on their part. They pussied out with disclaimers, but okay.
I think they probably had to do that for their lawyers.
James, you don't need to defend them. So I think more and more people are coming out, and more people are being supportive, but we need more people in the public eye to say this is enough. We need to do something about
What has it been like doing press for this and promoting it? Like, what have been the varied reactions from people that you've had to talk to?
It's not been varied. It's been very supportive. I'm beyond touched by it. Like, I didn't know what I was going to get. I didn't know if I was going to get people who were going to, kind of walk the line and go, well, I don't know, I mean,
right.
the one problem I had was with Dan, because I felt, Dan knew enough. Dan was provided with enough. We've talked to him enough. Dan Harris, from 20.
Oh, right.
I mean, like, he was I was like, we can't be impartial about things we shouldn't be impartial about. Like, come on. There's certain things in the world you need to stand up to, right? And I want people to feel that power, whether it's this cult or other cults or a political party or agenda. Like, I feel people have the power to do something. I think that's becoming more and more evident. And I think people need to start standing up for what they believe in. They can do something. And we get asked that all the time. Like, what can I do? I say, call your congressman. Call them and say, I want you to look into this. I want you to do something about this. If you're a lawyer who could do something, you should contact us. If you're somebody who has knowledge of something that could help us prosecute, you need to come forward. Because a lot of the stories that we told, the statute of limitations on these abuses have already passed. And it's their words against, 100 others. Like, let's say we walked in right now to that base that I was telling you about. Most of them wouldn't leave. They don't know what's going on out here, babe. They don't know that what's they're being told is not happening. You know what I mean? They don't know.
Right.
So I would love to do that. I would love to walk into those gates with the FBI and say, hey, you all who want to come with me now, and we're going to take care of you. And I've asked Mike Rinder that many times, and Mike's like, they won't go with you. I'll stand there and say, what are you talking about? You know you've been beaten. I beat you. You beat me. He beat you.
You beat people?
You know what I'm saying? Well, yes.
You had to beat people?
He had to rough some people up, and he admits it in the show.
But not you. You didn't beat anybody. Did you have to smack anybody around?
Do you mean in general? Because I did.
On the show.
I've been into a few fights.
Have you?
In clubs.
You've been in fights in clubs? But you don't drink.
Well, I did drink, Joe.
You did bad things while you were in the group?
I did, Joe.
And you got lit up and
out.
Cracked some people?
Yeah, but that's because I'm from Brooklyn. I blame Brooklyn.
You blame Brooklyn?
I'm kidding.
That's strange.
I'm kidding. I don't blame anybody but myself and my bad attitude.
But did they ever make you smack anybody or anything like that?
No, it's not about smacking. It's about.
But he had to do that, right? He had to beat people?
David Miscavige, this is what they have said, and they said it under oath. David Miscavige, under his direction, has, and they have admitted to that. But where they admitted it, there'd be 20 people who said they're lying.
Now, is this like a punishment thing? Like, are they flogging these people?
It's they had a policy called overboarding when the ship was where the Sea Org lived, and they would overboard somebody who was out of line.
So throw them overboard?
Correct. And so now...
So you toss them in the water?
Right. And so now you don't have overboarding because you don't have ship, right?
But when you say toss them in the water, they pull them back out? Or fuck you,
yeah, I'm sure
swim
they
to
threw
shore?
Them a line. I'm sure they threw them a line. I'm sure, yes, they got back on the boat, but it was a form of punishment. It was called overboarding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now they've just assimilated that to be like, we don't have a boat, so we might as well crack him in the mouth or break his finger.
They don't have a boat anymore?
No. Well, they have the Free Winds, but they don't have a Sea Org ship like they used to. Now they have bases, like Celebrity Center. I don't know. Celebrity Center, they have the Mecca.
Seems like a big factor. Like, what happened to the boat?
Why are you obsessed with the boat?
Because I feel like that would be a cool thing to own the old Scientology boat. Go on parties. No, this is where they told the people about OT sex, right in here.
Okay. Do you remember when I said that there was the Apollo? Okay, Joe, do we need to... There was a boat. That's what started the Sea Org.
No, I understand.
That was called the Apollo.
Yeah.
Where they give OT8 is called the Free Winds. They still have that.
That's a different boat?
Yes.
Okay. That boat's still around?
That boat's still around.
Where's that boat?
So you can buy that boat, probably in the Bahamas.
Oh, that's where they go?
Yeah.
It's a good place to party and learn about thetans.
They're not thetans.
Thetan?
And it's not partying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No partying at all?
No partying.
But when they do have a party, like if they have a big old celebration, like I saw the one celebration.
Like, I would go to the gala every year in August.
The gala?
Yeah, to Celebrity Center.
And what happens there?
We listen to speeches about how much Scientology is accepted in the community by the LAPD. And,
the LAPD talks?
LAPD.
So they contribute a bunch of money to the LAPD.
Yes, they started a thing called the Police Activities Fund. League, sorry, the police, and I contributed to it, and I helped it, and they put on a show for the kids every Christmas at Celebrity Center, and they give the money, the proceeds, to what they created, which is called the Police Activities League, and they present the LAPD with money for children.
Well, that sounds great.
It's great, but listen, it's purposeful.
Right.
There's a policy called safe pointing the community, and that's what they're doing. And I did it, so I know what it's about. Right? You appear as if your intentions are pure, so that you then have maybe favors like this happening, where somebody files a police report, and you get screwed with.
God. Where do you think this is going? Like, where do you anticipate your battle with this taking?
I don't have a battle. I hope that...
But you kind of do.
No, because Joe, if you receive the calls that I receive, like when I'm not working on the show, because I'm the executive producer of this show, so they're not safe to just call anybody. They're not going to call A&E. It's Mike, me and Mike. We're the ones who have to vet these stories, and kind of people trust us because they know we're telling the truth, and they know that we have their best interests at heart in telling the story correctly.
Right.
And when you talk to these people, when I talk to them behind the scenes, it takes every piece of me not to break down. I have to be kind of their auditor, you know what I mean? Their Scientology auditor to keep my shit together. But when I hang up, I'm devastated by it. I'm devastated by it. Like, ugh, I've been part of this thing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm getting teary-eyed talking about it now.
How many people are in it?
Maybe 10,000 worldwide.
That's it?
Well, it gives the appearance, because I thought, like, at these big events at the Shrine Auditorium that they have every year, right? They show what Scientology is doing, and they use things like hundreds of millions and these really kind of electrifying statistics, right? And we bought this building and we bought that building, and that would indicate growth.
Right.
Right? That's the subliminal message to you, you know?
Yeah.
There's people in there, but they are just buildings. But you believe that those buildings are being
So they just bought some buildings.
Well, they have to for tax purposes, right? And the appearance that it's growing.
Whoa.
But they have to offload some of this money.
Do you have an end game with all this?
My end game is just to tell these people's stories, to validate that their pain is real. I'm not going to let the church bully them or Scientology bully them into believing that they made it up, that they're out to get money or fame. You don't make money doing this show.
Right.
You know, I'm not saying.
And how long are you doing it for? Like how many?
I don't know. I really.
How many episodes have you done?
We've only done 8 and then 2 specials. You know, like some, you know, the Reddit specials that we've done. But, you know, there's a whole other. There's a lot of stories to be told. I didn't even scratch the surface. So how many stories are we going to tell? I don't know. What's my end game? My end game is that these stories get out there, that people get incensed enough where this church, well, I guess I have to call it a church, this organization is held responsible for the things that they have done. And they stop destroying families. I mean, there's so many tiers to it that I don't know where it ends. I don't know where it ends. But somebody,
so there's no plan as far as like how long to continue this? I don't have a plan other than
you're going to stop hurting people. That's it. You're going to take some responsibility for what you've done. These stories are real. These are not liars. People don't say they were hurt and molested. They don't go on television for fame. They don't get money from doing that. They don't get money from doing that. Who wants to go on television and say, I was coerced into getting an abortion? And who does that for fame? Really, Joe? I was hit. I was abused. I was sexually molested. I allowed this to happen. These things are not easy for people to admit to.
Right.
You know, you think it's easy for me to say I was, you know, I believed in this my whole life? That my mother believed in it her whole life? That my stuff, like, we gave our life to this thing.
Well, you're very fortunate. Your mother made it out too.
So fortunate. God, I've been here a long time. I should go.
Yeah.
And I'm sweating now.
That's okay. We'll wrap this up. But
you know how I feel about sweat. Like, I can't even wait to get the shirt off. That I'm sweating.
You don't like sweat?
Well, depends. I mean, well, I do like sweat, but I don't like it when I'm dressed.
Okay. All right. You like naked sweatiness. Congratulations on that.
Yeah. With cologne.
But no, I think you're very brave, and I think what you're doing, not just in it's like what you're doing with your show, but the way you're admitting your own personal demons and the battles that you're having with your own mind, trying to sort of reformulate your view of the world and figure out who you are.
Thank you.
You know, I think
you.
It's very important.
And
it's
thank you
very important for people to hear.
Thank you, baby. And honestly, I really thank you for having me, because it doesn't come without some repercussions to you.
I'm sure.
But I want you to know that I appreciate it. I really do.
Listen, my pleasure. And let's say hi again, and not over some wackiness like this after all these years.
Joe,
it's been funny. I haven't seen you in so long.
I got to tell you, the 7 minutes before we started this, we had a very funny conversation.
It was very funny.
No, seriously. Would you talk about it on the air?
Would I?
We're not
going
to do it now.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
But I think there's something there. I don't know.
Okay.
There's something funny about what we were talking about.
Yes.
Now everybody's going to say, what was it?
What was it?
What was it, Joe?
Smells and things. And
oh, smells and things.
Periods. Good night, everybody. Leah Remini, your show, when is it on?
Well, it's done now.
Yeah, but what?
I think you can see it online.
Yeah.
At A&E. Well, it's on A&E all the time.
But they show it constantly. It was on just a couple nights ago.
Yes, and I'm so glad.
Yeah, they're airing the shit out of it.
Yeah.
So, if people want to follow any of this, is there a website they can go to?
Yes, I think they can go to. God, I should know these things,
website.
right?
They'll find it. Google it. Google it, folks. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Baby.
Bye, everybody.
Was that good?
4, 3, 2, 1. And we're live. What's up, Ron? How are you?
I'm doing okay.
You doing all right?
Yeah.
I'm doing good, man.
So this quick start. I came in here 10 seconds ago. We're on the air, you
I
know?
know. Well, I wanted it to be that way. It's more natural. Sometimes, like, some of the best stuff gets said off mic, so we figured now how to do it where people get in, and pretty much as soon as we sit down, we start talking.
No complaints.
So you contacted us after the Leah Remini interview.
Right.
And you wanted to get on, and you have this book that you wrote. It's called Ruthless. What's the correct pronunciation? It's Miscavige?
No, Miscavige.
Miscavige.
Yeah, the actual name of the book is Ruthless.
Right.
Scientology, My Son David Miscavige and Me.
Right. Now let me just say this before we get started, because Scientology, this is the first time I've ever been contacted. They sent an email to my publicist, and they have a rebuttal to what you wrote, and their rebuttal is at a website, ronmiscavigebook.com. And they want people to know about their website, which is scientology.org, and they have a statement. This is their statement. Ron Miscavige is seeking to make money on the name of his famous son, David Miscavige. David Miscavige has taken care of his father throughout his life, both financially and by helping him in even the most dire circumstances. Ron Miscavige was nowhere around when David Miscavige ascended to the leadership of the Church of Scientology, mentioned by and working directly with the religion's founder, L. Ron Hubbard, and entrusted by him with the future of the church. Any father exploiting his son in this manner is a sad exercise in betrayal. Mr. David Miscavige's far-reaching vision and unrelenting dedication has brought the Church of Scientology to where it is today, guaranteeing its future for generations to come. Scientologists worldwide love and respect Mr. Miscavige for his tireless work on behalf of their religion. So that's their statement. That's what they wanted to say. And I feel like it's only fair. You know, we had Leah Remini on, and we have you on, and I've had Louis Theroux on.
Right.
And look, I feel like, I don't know the story, but anytime a father is so disconnected from his son, they have to write a book about him. It's a sad time. Do you feel like that?
No.
You don't feel sad at all?
I don't feel that I just woke up one day and said, I'd like to write a book about Scientology.
Right.
And if I can give you a short encapsulated statement, I think we could set a nice groundwork for the whole interview. You mind if I do that?
Sure.
Okay. I was a Scientologist for 42 years.
Were you raised in it?
No, I got my family in 1970. But I was in the church for 42 years. The last 26 and a half years, I worked at the international base in Hemet, California. I escaped from that base on March 25th, 2012.
You escaped?
Escaped, that's right. I had to plan that escape for 6 months. We can go into this in more detail, but just let me give you this short story.
Okay.
About a year and a half later, there was a private investigator caught by the name of Dwayne Powell, who was around the corner from my house, looking at a house to buy so he could spy on me from that house. And this is no shit. So a lady in the neighborhood saw him, and she thought he was a drug dealer or up to no good. So she called the West Dallas police, and Nick Pye came out and confronted the guy. He gave Nick some shit, and Nick said, hey, listen, man, you're under arrest. Do you mind if I look in your car? So Nick went to the van and opened it up, and in a trunk, there were 5 license plates from 5 different states. There were 2 handguns, a stun gun, 2 rifles, 1 fitted up with a silencer, and 2,000 rounds of ammunition. So they arrested the guy. They took him in for interrogation, and then his son came looking for him because his son was a partner in this business. The father's name was Dwayne Powell, and the son was Daniel Powell. Daniel came looking for his father. And by the way, if you want to hear these interviews, they're on Tony Ortega's website. Tony Ortega, the Underground Bunker. You can hear what I'm telling you.
Okay.
So Daniel is telling me, you know, how they operated. They were getting paid $10,000 a week to follow me and report on my doings from 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock every night. An incident happened in Janesville, Wisconsin.
It's kind of fun. What do you do? Like, what could you possibly do that'd be worth studying? Is it just to freak you out? Like, that's what I don't understand. Like, if you follow, like, if I follow Jamie, you know what I'm going to get? I'm going to get Jamie looking at the internet, Jamie watching basketball, maybe Jamie goes to the gym, maybe Jamie goes for a run, maybe Jamie goes on Tinder and does a little swiping right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay,
what
but
do people do that you could get out of watching them? It's not like you're out there burying bodies.
No kidding. Anyway, let me continue because this goes on. So they're interrogating them. That's Nick Pye, and there was an alcohol, tobacco, and firearms agent, Ricky Hankins.
Right.
And because they were concerned about that silencer, they thought, hey, maybe they're out to hit me.
Right.
Because I am the father of the chairman of the board.
Right.
So then Daniel, the son, is being interrogated, and he said they followed me to a town called Janesville, Wisconsin, where I went shopping in an Aldi's grocery store.
Okay.
This
is very detailed.
Well, I'm telling you, this is what happened. So I come out, and I had bags of grocery, and it was the summertime, so I had a pocket T-shirt on. I bent over to put the groceries in the car. I thought my cell phone was going to fall out. I grabbed my left chest. They're looking at me in the van, which they had been following me in. They saw me. The father called his contact and said, listen, it looks like the target is having a heart attack. What shall we do? They referred to me as the target. All right?
Oh, Jesus.
No shit. I got a silencer and fucking 2,000 rounds of ammo. All right.
Okay.
So they called. The guy, Greg, said, listen, let me call you back. A couple minutes later, a guy come on the phone, identified himself as David Miscavige, and he said to them, listen, if it's his time to die, let him die. Don't do anything. Don't intervene. That's my son. All right.
Well, it didn't just happen, right? I mean, you didn't. I don't want to interrupt your story because I feel like it goes on, but I mean, your relationship with your son didn't just start there. So it had to go sour.
No shit.
Right.
Listen, my relationship with David when he was a kid was incredible. I mean, we got along great. He was a snappy little kid. He was just very bright, great sense of humor. I enjoyed his company. But as he grew older, as he got into Scientology, which I got him in, by the way, and I can get into that, how I got him in, he then started acquiring power. And I think he went from Dr. Jekyll into Mr. Hyde. As an example, when I worked on staff, he never referred to me as Dad. He called me Ron. The base that I lived on in Hammett, it got to the point where if you wanted to send a letter to somebody, you had to write the letter, put it in an unsealed envelope. The security guards would read it, see if there was anything bad in there that I shouldn't be saying, send it back, and I would correct it. When it was okay, then they'd seal the envelope and send it out. If I wanted to call somebody on a telephone, I had to have somebody listening on the other extension.
And this is by his orders? Or is this just how Scientology runs?
No, it's not how Scientology works. He is the undisputed dictator of Scientology. So this is his entire doing. That's the way he wanted it to run. Scientology in 1970, when I got in, was totally different than
how was it then?
It was like for a free spirit, just very laissez-faire, but you did courses. You could come in and do things that would actually improve your ability to communicate, to have better interpersonal relations.
I bought the book. I bought Dianetics in 1994 because I moved to California and I was really into self-help books and stuff like that. And I saw one of those late-night infomercial ads.
Yeah.
And I was like, this looks like, the reactive mind. Hey, I want to have control of the reactive mind. And, I got into it and I read it a little bit and I was like, probably some good principles in here, some decent ideas. And I always associated Scientologists with being positive people that got a lot of things done.
That's a very true statement. And I'm telling you, at what they call the bottom of the bridge, because the entire Scientology experience would be a bridge to total freedom. Mm-hmm. You enter in at a certain point, you're given basic things, basic courses, basic communication skills that you're taught. And I'm telling you, you go out on the street after you do this stuff, and you're more effective in handling life.
So the early stages of it, you feel,
absolutely.
Very effective.
They're very effective. I mean, they were effective then, they're effective today. Mm-hmm. If you learn the proper communication formula, that will improve your life alone.
Sure.
Just communicating correctly. Knowing there's parts of it. It's not just, hey, you, And the other guy says, what do you want? There's literally get the other person's attention, make sure you're giving him a communication that he can understand. You're not going to talk to somebody in French if he's English, just all little details that you learn and you drill these. And then there's other things about interpersonal relationships with your wife or a group. You learn these, you're better off.
So they're essentially telling you how to be a better person in the beginning.
Yes, and part of that, you would then also become more positive, just simply by having these skills.
Well, this sounds good.
It is good.
Right? So where does it go bad?
Well, here's where it goes bad. Look, the further on you get in, let me back up a second. Let's say you learn the component parts of communication.
Uh-huh.
And you say, hey, you know what? This is good shit.
Right.
You agree to that. That's the first step on taking you on this entire journey. And then maybe you'll learn how you could divide your business into 7 parts so that you could monitor various parts of it, or your life into 7 parts so you could manage how you're doing income-wise, how education is, your public relations. These are all things you can easily agree to. So now, a little later on, there's a datum or a fact introduced that doesn't quite make sense to you. But you think, you know what? Everything they told me was good so far. I'm just going to accept this. Now you're on the road.
Can you give me an example? Is it like Xenu type shit?
Well, yeah, that would be a big example.
But that's way down the line, right?
That's way down the line.
But there's some early wackiness that give you like indications that things might be getting a little
I'm going to tell you something.
fictional.
I think you're right. I think that's the one where you've agreed to so many things so far, and all of the auditing you've gotten that's helped you. When it comes to that, as an example, when I got on that level, I thought, well, wait a minute. There's 150 billion people on 76 nearby planets. And they brought them here in spaceships. How the fuck did they get everybody here? Right. I looked at it from
physics point of view.
Yeah, from a point of view of logistics.
Right, it's a lot of spaceships.
But I thought, well, I'll accept it. I'll just do it.
150 billion people
per planet. The problem was overpopulation. All right.
Oh.
But do you see what I'm saying? So at that point, you've agreed to so many things that were right.
Right, I understand.
When it comes up to that, you're not going to say, hey, you're out of your goddamn mind.
So it's helping you, give you a direction in life. It's making you more positive. It's giving you better communication skills. You have a structure that you can follow when you communicate with people.
Yeah.
It makes you more presentable. So everything's good in the beginning.
Yeah.
Why doesn't somebody just take that part and just, like, get rid of the rest?
Listen, I tell in my book what we're looking at right here. Ruthless Scientology, my son David Miscavige and me. I say at the very end, if they were to just to stick to the beginning things, number one, and number two, have a general amnesty where they forgive everybody who they think has tried to done them in. The shit's going to hit the fan, but maybe at the end of it, you'd get some people back and knock off the disconnection policy. I think if they did that, it could be one of the best self-help groups ever. But once you get up into those upper levels where they tell you you're going to become a superhuman, as an example, you will be able to, as a spiritual being, leave your body and go some other place, as an example, and read a newspaper in Germany.
Huh. Isn't that like remote viewing?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you, Joe, I was involved for 42 years.
You never went to Germany?
No.
Never
France
left your body?
and Portugal, but what the fuck? No, seriously though.
Right.
I never met one person that ever achieved that, nor did I achieve it. But you don't talk about it.
I understand.
One of the things they say, you don't talk about your case to somebody else. So that's compartmentalized. So everybody who's done this is thinking, I never got it. Maybe I'm the only one.
Right. So like maybe if I just keep working at this, one day I'm going to pop through.
That's exactly it. And you keep on going for the next level.
Do they explain how you're going to do that? Is it through meditation techniques? Is it through some sort of hypnosis? Like how are they supposed to go to Germany and read a newspaper?
Well,
out of their body.
There's drills that they have you do, like in the earlier what they call OT levels, operating Thetan. Thetan is a word they use for spiritual being.
Right.
All right. And one of the drills that you would do would be spot 3 objects outside of your body, spot 3 objects inside your body, spot 3 objects outside your body, spot 3 objects inside your body on a repetitive basis, and that's supposed to let you out.
So is that
as an example?
So it's like a meditation. So
I guess it would be.
When you say spot, are you saying like in vision?
Well, I mean, in the physical universe, you can
you
look at 3
like
spots.
like that clock, this book, like that kind of thing.
3 of them.
And then inside your body, just think
You'd envision 3 spots
your
in your
lungs,
body.
your ribs.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then the other thing is, like when you get to OT3 and you're talking about body thetans, these are the alien beings that were brought here, put on a nearby volcano, a hydrogen bomb was set off, and they sent up a ray, grabbed these people. Look at. You can look on the internet and find this out.
I've read it all.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And what happens then is they are all latched to your body like a bunch of fleas.
Damn it.
And they're affecting your thinking.
Right.
And your personality. And the idea on these upper levels is to get rid of all of them and achieve this. Nobody's ever done it. Like, if there were 3 people who did it, I'd say, maybe it can be done. Not a fucking one. Excuse my French, buddy.
No, you can swear away.
Okay. Listen, I got my doctorate degree in swearing in the United States Marine Corps, but
So how did you go from that to this? How do you go from the Marine Corps, which is about as real as it gets, to this?
Well,
you're just looking to improve yourself, like.
Yes, I was always listen. As a little kid in Mount Carmel, Pennsylvania, where I was born and raised, I used to go up in our garret or the attic, whatever you want to call it, and my dad had all these books there, and I used to take books off the shelf and read them and try to find out about life. I was always looking for something, and always looking to improve myself or find a better way to live. And I had a friend back in the 60s, Nelson Sandy. I'm a musician, too. I don't know whether you knew that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I played professionally my whole life. Nelson Sandy, and I also been in the sales business because I had 4 kids, and you got to pay the bills no matter what you do. So Nelson was a friend of mine in sales, and one day he said to me, Ron, how would you like to make an extra $100,000 a year? I said, what the hell, Great. So he introduced me to something called Holiday Magic. It was a multi-marketing scheme.
Oh,
all right. Okay. You know what I mean by like Amway,
scheme.
Right?
Yeah.
So what scheme?
Pyramid scheme, right?
Pyramid, yeah.
Yeah.
So I went to an opportunity meeting, and I thought, maybe I could do this. So I bought in, and I started doing it. And one day we're at an opportunity meeting that we were running. And there's a girl standing next to me talking to a guy over here, and I'm talking to this guy. This guy says, I'm a Scientologist. I just, hang on a second. What is that? I pinned him down for about a half an hour, and for whatever reason, the name rang a bell. So he told me that I could go visit somebody who was a Scientologist, and they discuss it one day a week. Guy by the name of Frank Ogle in Woodbury, New Jersey. By the way, you're from North Jersey, aren't you?
Yeah, Newark.
Newark, yeah. Okay, so I go to this place, and he would have little classes where he'd talk about communication and various things. I went there for about 4 days in a month, like for a month, 1 day a week. And I thought, okay, I got it now. Another factor here. David, when he was born, was cursed with an asthma condition. That was the bane of his existence. I mean, as a little baby, sometimes he turned blue. He couldn't breathe out, and it was horrible to watch this. And I was the one who took care of that, just about totally. As a matter of fact, when he would have these attacks, I would take him to a pediatrician in Burlington, New Jersey, called Dr. Ziegler. He'd give him a shot of adrenaline. And I knew that giving a little kid a shot of adrenaline was not great, okay? So I would try all kinds of home...
They didn't have inhalers back then?
They had inhalers, but that's handling the symptom, not the cause. And I didn't know what to do to handle the cause.
Right.
I used to do shit like one winter, he's just in a full-blown attack, turning blue. It's in cold Jersey, cold Jersey winter. I took him upstairs to the bathroom, took off his clothes, took off mine, stood in the shower, said, David, I'm not punishing, man. I'm with you. I had the warm water on. I turned it off. That water's coming out of there about 34 degrees. He started breathing, kicked it, wiped him down with a Turkish towel. That handled it for the moment. I used to do shit like that, anything to handle him. So now I found out about Scientology from this Nelson Sandy, and Frank Ogle was the guy. I took David down one day, and I said, is there anything you can do for David with Scientology auditing, which is basically another word for counseling?
Right.
He took David in, and 45 minutes later, Dave comes out. I say, hey, how's it going? He says, Dad, I'm handled. And he never had another severe attack in his entire youth. He had
How's that possible?
With communication.
With communication, you can stop asthma?
You come to the point where you have a realization, maybe where it started or how you could be contributing to it, or maybe where it starts kicking in.
How old was he when you brought him in there?
I guess he was about 9 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so like what tools did they use to help him kick asthma?
That communication.
But what do you like? Just communication, like, hi, what's going on? You got asthma, buddy?
No,
that's communication. Like, what do you mean by communication?
Okay, he used what's called creative processing, which is something that they used to use. And what it is you figure out how you could be contributing to that, and then you do a mental image picture of something that you think you're doing to contribute to that. And back and forth. It's a little, for me to try to explain it in a little session like this, it's a little hard because, well, it's a little hard to understand, but it did work on him.
So you're saying in some sense, asthma may be psychosomatic and maybe in your head?
For him, it was to that degree, yes.
Okay.
I am saying that.
And he never got asthma again?
He never had a severe attack again. He had minor attacks.
But he was able to stop them with these
He used to get attacked so bad that it would debilitate him. I mean, he was out of school for a week one time with an asthmatic attack. This is before I ever took him to see Frank Ogle. And that impressed me. The fact that this handled that for the moment anyway. So with that and some other things, I decided I'm going to get my whole family in Scientology. Because look, his whole life, that was a problem for me to handle. And this, at least at that moment, got him to the point where he was like in charge of it. It didn't happen to him again that severe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense.
Yeah.
So that's what persuaded you to begin?
Quite a bit.
So everything was good for a while?
Right. I got in. I'll tell you how good it was. I got in, and my whole family got in. I decided to take my whole family to England, and in 1972, I moved there for a year and 3 months and had the whole family study Scientology.
In England?
Yeah. Yeah, and then came back for a little while and went over again in 1974, study more Scientology. When I was there that time, I got a recording deal with the Polydor Company, solo album, and I got a writer's contract with Chappell's Publishing, and I got asked to play on BBC. All of this is in the book, by the way. I'll give you details.
So this was all while L. Ron Hubbard was alive?
While he was alive, yeah.
Did you meet him?
Never met him. Nope.
But your son did?
Listen, my son joined the Sea Organization when he was 16 years old. Within 7 months, he was working with L. Ron Hubbard.
What is this? The Sea Organization is... explain that to people.
Okay. There are several different ways that you could do Scientology. The number one way would be is if you're a public person and you just go into an organization. They're called orgs. You go in and you buy services. But you live in the outside world. You have a job. You have a home, all these things. But you pay for a service. That's number one. Another level would be that you worked for an organization and you could sign a 2.5-year or a 5-year contract to work there. And you
Don't they have like billion-year contracts too?
Well, no, you're getting ahead of it. That's public. That's working for an organization on the level of a 2.5 or a 5-year contract. The last step would be the Sea Organization. There you sign a billion-year contract. In other words, you're signing away your future lives to get this Scientology disseminated.
Has anybody ever challenged one of those billion-year contracts? Like, what does it mean? Like, do you owe them anything for a billion years?
Listen, you're getting the skinny. And as hard as this is to believe, once you're in it for a while and you see that this is helping you and maybe your family, the point of it is that they want to get this disseminated to every man, woman, and child on the planet and improve life for everybody. So it's like you're on this crusade to get it disseminated.
So they believe they're doing this to help people.
Yes.
Well, all sounds good, right? All sounds good in the beginning.
Well, it reads better than it lives. It's not that way at all, though.
Well, how is it?
How is it? I'll tell you. These days, right now, like...
Sure.
They get people to donate money to what's called the International Association of Scientologists, or donate money to build build a new church someplace, and they give you a piece of paper and commend you. You know, it's a nice business, low overhead. You know.
So you give them money, they give you paper.
They give you a commendation or saying you're
some
this or
level,
that.
Right? You've achieved some success.
The thing is, look, they've opened a lot of new buildings, but Joe, there's not people in there. There's air, okay? But they say we're expanding. They're expanding their real estate interests, but they're not expanding the number of people in Scientology.
Why is that?
Well, if you go on the internet, you can find out all the abuses they've done, like people going bankrupt because they had to contribute so much money they get a second and third mortgage on their house, give it to the church, they can't afford it, they have to declare bankruptcy, people being disconnected from their families.
Yeah, let's talk about that. And I want to go back to the Sea Org thing for a second, but then let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So the Sea Org thing is your son joins the Sea Org when he's 16 years old?
Yeah, here's what happened. I came home from work one day, and he's laying in his room on his bed, kind of like that, with his head in his hands. I said, "Hey, Dave, what's up, man?" He says, "Dad," he says, I don't want to go to school anymore. He says, "Why not?" He said, "Listen, all the kids are taking drugs. They don't show the teachers any respect. They're not willing to learn anything." He says, I want to join the Sea Org. I want to help L. Ron Hubbard." Because by this time, we've been to England twice. He's trained to be an auditor. An auditor is a person who applies this technology of Scientology in auditing or counseling, okay? And he says, "This is what I want to do." Well, I thought to myself, he's 15, he's going to be 16 shortly. I thought, look, when I was 17, I joined the Marines. My dad had to sign for me because I was only 17. And it probably was one of the best moves I ever made. I mean, the first night in boot camp, I said to myself, this is the worst fucking mistake I've ever made in my life. At that moment, 12 weeks later, I said to myself, I can make myself do anything. And in that 12 weeks, it turned me from an undisciplined civilian into a disciplined Marine. And I've utilized that my whole life. It's helped me always. I kind of looked at that and I thought, well, I was 17. Maybe it looked like I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but I come out a winner. And if David wants to do this, and what is he going to get out of going to school? And he has no desire to do anything else. I said, okay, I'll help you. So that was it. So when he was 16, the next day, we put him on a plane. He went down to the Flag Land Base in Florida. And as I say, within, I think it was 7 or 8 months, he was working right with L. Ron Hubbard out in California.
The Sea Org, like, is it a boat? You're actually on a boat?
No. The Sea Organization is a term used because in 1967, Ron started what he called the Sea Project, where he bought this ship and invited people to come with him to contribute to this project, saying that his research could be done better away from land masses. I mean, in fact, the law was after him. You know that.
Right. It was a tax thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to snag him, and when you're out in international waters, they can't serve you a subpoena. But it was such an adventure story.
Right.
And people
it's
look,
clever.
Hey, look at.
Plus, you get to wear a captain's outfit.
No, not everybody.
He got to, right?
Oh, yeah. Admiral, not captain.
Did he give himself medals?
L. Ron Hubbard?
Yeah.
You know, I never saw that. All I saw was that he was considered the Commodore. Mm. But you remember the Peace Corps?
Yes.
All right, now that was an adventure, and people would go on that.
Sure.
But they actually were doing something, though.
Right. What was the Sea Org doing?
Well, the Sea Org was on this ship, and they'd have people come there for advanced level services, get that, and they would send missions out to various organizations to correct any outnesses in the way maybe they were delivering the technology or fix something that was going wrong. Mm-hmm. It was run like a little military organization. And then the Sea Org went ashore and they established the Flag Land Base in Clearwater, Florida. So that is still referred to as Flag. Yeah, when L. Ron Hubbard had the ships, that was considered the flagship.
Okay.
Am I filling you in enough on this?
Yeah. So he joined that. He ascended through ranks. He's working with L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
And slowly you guys get disconnected? Is that what happens?
No. As a matter of fact, when he was doing that, we were still in very good communication with each other. Like, I'm telling you something. We had a lot of great times together when he was growing up. There's no two ways about it. And I can't say that it was like bad relationship in any way. There was a guy by the name of Lord Acton. He was a Britisher. He was a member of Parliament. He lived from 1834 to the early 1900s. He's the one that made the observation, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I think this is what happened to David. That when L. Ron Hubbard died, he saw a chance to move up, and he got people out of the way who didn't want to cooperate with him, put people on various posts that would cooperate with him, and he took over the ownership and the leadership of Scientology. And what contributed to that was an incident where he had a severe asthmatic attack, and they had to take him to the emergency room of a hospital. Paul Grady is the guy that took him there. And when Paul picked him up after they did the stuff, they handled him, he was okay. David said to Paul, listen, I had a great realization when I was there, and it's this. Power is not granted. It is assumed. So he assumed the leadership of Scientology, and he rose right to the top. That's how that happened.
So how did you get disconnected from him?
Well, look, there was an event that he had, not an event, there's something that he did which he'll always be admired for. He actually got the Church of Scientology tax exemption. All right? He literally got the IRS to grant the fact that this is a church. You have now a tax exemption. People contribute to it, can deduct it. That was a very, very big win. That then gave him power, okay? I decided to join the Sea organization in 1985. I wanted to contribute to doing whatever I could to help him. I joined the Sea organization, and I'm at the Hemet base, you know. I'm coming out of the music studio because since I was a musician, I worked in the music studio, and we did films. I composed music for various technical films we had or public relations films. And I walked out of the studio one day, and I saw him a little distance off to the left with an entourage. And I yelled out, "Hey, Dave!" And he turned around and he looked at me. And I'm telling you, Joe, he gave me a look that I thought, I better never do that again. On that base, I was then a staff member. The fact that I was biologically his father, and in fact, his father, he referred to me as Ron when he spoke to me. When he sent me a gift for my birthday or Christmas or something, he always said, "Dear Dad." But that was the beginning. Now, the further on down the road we got, the more it became, I used to have to call him sir after a while, okay? It became more and more me, Ron Miscavige, the staff member, and David, the leader of the church. Once they started implementing the rules at the base where you couldn't send a letter out without it being checked, where you surrounded with barbed wire pointing in and pointing out, you couldn't talk on the telephone without having somebody listen. You couldn't drive off on your own to go to a store to get a fucking pair of underwear. You had to order it on the internet. If you got on the internet, there was a filter on it where anything about Miscavige or Scientology came up, you'd be blocked. So now I'm living a sequestered life, waking up in the morning, going to breakfast at 9 o'clock, 9:30, having a muster. You know what a muster is?
No.
Okay, you line up your people and account for everybody. All right? 12 o'clock, go to lunch. 12:30, line up for another muster. Go to work in the afternoon. 5 o'clock, go to dinner. 5:30, go to another muster. And then work the rest of the night. Or sometimes 9:30 or 10 o'clock, have another muster. That was my life, 7 days a week, except on Saturday you'd work on the grounds to beautify the base.
Doesn't sound like a good time, Ron.
It's a great existence, Joe. I'm telling you. How would you like to live that way?
It doesn't sound good.
It wasn't good.
Were you stuck?
Well, here's the thing. There were enough times when I did things that were good, like we would do an album. And as a matter of fact, here's something we did. I first got in, and there was a book that came out called Mission Earth that L. Ron Hubbard wrote. Edgar Winter. You remember Edgar Winter or no?
Edgar Winter, Johnny Winter's brother?
Yes.
The musician?
The musician, the rock guy.
Yeah.
Okay, Edgar came to the base, and we did an album. I played on the album with him.
Edgar Winter came to the... Wow.
He was a Scientologist.
He was?
He probably still is.
Wow. One of them's dead, right? Johnny's dead?
Yeah, Johnny's dead. But Edgar, I mean, he was... You have no idea how good he is until you see him operate in the studio. Anyway, I played the trumpet parts on the album. I played solos and some of the stuff. The album, that was what I did, and it was a great time. Bust your ass working, but that's a good time.
Right.
Isaac Hayes, I used to do gigs with him. You know, of course, you know how Isaac Hayes is. Great guy, and those were fun times. There were other things that we did that turned out good. But then there's time in between where you're working sometimes days on end with, a couple days, no sleep. Working your ass off. And if you screwed up, it was hell to pay.
Like, what kind of work is being done? What is all the work? Okay,
I'll give you an example. There's about 6 major events that are done by the church every year. There's in New Year's, there's a major event, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then in March, you have L. Ron Hubbard's birthday. And then in May, you have Dianetics.
What do you guys do for L. Ron's birthday?
Well, there would be an event where you would show him in various aspects of life, improving life in some aspect, and we'd have a video on that, and we would have to write music for that. Cine would have to shoot the pictures or take old pictures and produce these, edit them. We'd do music for it, and we'd have a product. So at an event, when David's doing the event, they could present this. For when the anniversary of Dianetics, Modern Science and Mental Health, that was another event.
Okay.
And then
so you're preparing for events, essentially.
All the time. When you'd end one, you'd have to start the next one. In June, you have the anniversary of the maiden voyage. That was something we did every year. And then there's Auditor's Day in August, all right? And then there's the International Association of Scientology event in October.
So all this time you're just constantly working. You're never hanging out with your son. You don't have any quality time together.
Sometimes he would come to the base for 2 months and wouldn't even give me a phone call. Look, Joe, you got to understand. I wish the fuck this didn't turn out this way, okay? Just straight up.
So do you feel responsible in any way for bringing him in?
Well, everybody deals with life the way they deal with it. My other son isn't that way, and my daughters aren't that way.
Is your other son Scientology as well?
He's out of Scientology now.
Did he quit with you?
He quit earlier than me.
And what about your daughters?
They're in.
They're in?
Yes.
And if they disconnected from them?
They're disconnected from me.
Right, you're not allowed to. They're not allowed to talk to you.
Well, here's what happens though. If they were to talk to me, their friends would disconnect from them. If you have a job with a Scientology employer and they found out that you talked to me, you'd get fired that day. It's insidious. It spreads out. The penalty for talking to what's called a suppressive person, which would be me, like a real-life prick. As an example, when I was 70 years old, David and my 2 daughters bought me a car. Okay? A car. When I was 75 years old, my daughter sent me 75 gifts. Now I left. Now I'm the worst father who's ever lived. I'm a slimeball. They character assassinate me on their hate sites.
Mm-hmm.
They would give a car to somebody who was that bad. Oh, we made a mistake. He really was a prick all along. It doesn't make sense. So if you're trying to make sense out of it, it doesn't make sense. But this is built into the policy of Scientology. Anybody who leaves could be and says anything about the church could be considered to be a suppressive person.
And was this always the case, or has this been policy, exacerbated?
No. Well, L. Ron Hubbard wrote the policies while he was alive.
He also wrote more fiction than anybody that's ever lived.
Yeah.
Does everybody know that inside the church?
They probably do, yeah.
But didn't they? Does anybody make that connection?
No. No.
The guy wrote more fake shit than any person that's ever walked the face of the earth, but he also had the time to talk to the aliens to get all this data.
Yeah.
To write this real stuff. That's a suspension of disbelief that defies logic.
Well, as I said,
defies understanding.
Yeah, look, as I said earlier,
maybe I just need to get to a higher OTC. What is it? Is that it?
OT levels.
OT
level, operating Thetan levels.
Oh, okay.
But you got to understand, most people who do it don't have rocks in their head. They're not nuts. They're not stupid people.
No, I had a neighbor who's a Scientologist. A very nice guy.
Yeah.
And he sort of fit that bill that I was talking about earlier. Sure, go ahead. He fit that bill that I was talking about earlier, where he's a guy that's always improving himself. He's healthy, exercised, he's well kept. He was a nice neighbor. He's a good guy. And, you know, I was like, all right. I sort of looked into Scientology after I became friends with him. You know, I mean, I got the book early on, like I said, but I never really did anything other than read the book. I never looked into, this is before the internet, you know? The internet sort of exposed all this stuff to a lot of people.
That was the end of it.
Yeah.
That literally is the end of Scientology.
And how much has it dropped off since then?
Well, it's been estimated by people who would know that there's maybe 20,000 Scientologists right now.
What was it at its peak?
I think it was in the early 90s, about 100,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
20,000. That's like a good Louis C.K. concert.
Well, the thing is, most people, like at that international base, are people who have been around for 25, 30, 35, 40 years.
Right.
And you think, okay, how could you live this way? Look, most people are not going to do what I do. I was 76 years old when I left, okay?
And you were 75 when they gave you 75 gifts. So
well,
you're like, this is not enough. I got to get the fuck out of here. I need...
No. You mean not enough gifts? I should have gotten 76, right? Yeah. Listen, I was this... Well, actually, I'll tell you something that happened, and I brought this just to show you, and you have a little...
What is that?
It's a Kindle.
Okay. Are you allowed to have those in there?
No.
Really? You can't have a Kindle?
And I didn't know why. I didn't know why. What happened is this. David gave me this Kindle.
And he's like, shh.
And the security guards were doing their nut trying to get it away from me. But they wouldn't come and strong-arm me because David is the man.
So David gave it to you, and the security guards were trying to take it away from you. Why?
Okay, I didn't know.
Did you tell him it was loaded up with L. Ron Hubbard books?
Well, it was. No, it was his fiction books that he put in there for me.
Battlefield Earth?
No, not Battlefield Earth, nor Mission Earth. But the other earlier fiction was on here.
Oh, okay.
Which I thought was pretty interesting. But anyway, they're trying to get this. Says, hey, fuck you, man. Dave gave me this. This is mine, you know. Oh, okay, Ron. They'd back off. Now, one day, I'm reading something, and there's a feature on here where you see this. Is the camera on that now?
Yeah.
Okay. You see this little switch here?
Mm-hmm.
That goes this way, up, down, and in. So if you got a word that you'd like to look up and get the meaning of, you'd go to the library, or not the library, the dictionary, and you'd select the word and press it to the right, and it would say, search store. I accidentally held it a little bit too long, and it went right past search store to Google. I was on the internet with no filter.
With your Kindle.
With my Kindle. What the fuck is this?
You didn't even know about the Google back then?
I knew about the Google, but there was filter on all their
but
computers.
You could go through it with
There's no filter on this.
Wow.
And that's why the security guards were trying to get it. But they wouldn't tell me that. Obviously, they're not going to say, well, there's no filter so you can get on the internet. I mean, these guys weren't that swift. They weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but
how did they know then? How did they know about that feature?
They're the ones who, if you get a computer, you give it to them, they put a filter on it, and then they give it back to you.
Oh, okay. So they just never...
So they got some techno geeks who knew how to do that shit.
But they had never done that to the Kindle.
But they wanted to. Well, they wanted to take it away from me straight up.
So did you start Googling stuff with your Kindle?
I looked at Google. Now, this is the first time I told this story, by the way, Joe. This is an exclusive, you know.
Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you. One of the things I looked at was like L. Ron Hubbard's war record. He was not a hero. He didn't have 2 Purple Hearts. It's a fucking made-up story.
Yeah.
And there was a girl named Annie Tidman who was with L. Ron Hubbard when he died. Annie Tidman was a messenger with L. Ron Hubbard since she was a little girl. And she was with him when he actually died. So Annie was a long-term loyal Scientologist. She's at the base where I lived in Hammett, and she got lung cancer. So they sent her to Los Angeles to get care, and they sent a girl down to be like a personal servant to take care of her needs so she'd be okay. So occasionally I would say to Martine, who was the medical liaison officer, in other words, she took care of our health, and she'd have us go to the doctors and stuff. I said, Martine, how's Annie doing? Oh, Ronnie, she's doing great. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm on a Kindle. She died 6 months earlier. Never told anybody on the base. Now, we're living in these apartments on the base. This is several days later. And there was a building called a laundry room where you took your clothes to get cleaned and pressed. You picked up sheets, little amenities like that. And there's 2 girls outside the laundry room. And they said, Ronnie, would you want to chip in for a birthday present for Annie? I said, nah, I'm going to pass on it now. And I thought, Jesus Christ. They either know and they're keeping up the ruse, or they don't know and they're being used as shills to make sure people think she's still alive.
Right.
Well, that was a major thing for me. I then started to think, I got to get out of here. Mind you, I thought earlier things were starting to go south, and we would have... I'll give you an example. Here's what happened. We're on the ship, and we're playing for a show at one of these maiden voyages, anniversary things. And we have a guy there who's... no, he's not a rap artist, but he's like a beatbox, you know? He can use his voice like that, you know?
Yeah.
So now Dougie's up there, and then he starts saying, he says, I'll tell you, my kid was picked up by the cops the other day, but he's not really a bad kid, He's hanging out with the wrong guys and blah, blah, blah. And he's all saying this shit that you don't say to this exclusive audience. David hears that. To handle this, me and the rest of the band were sent to work in the bilges on the ship. Because he fucked up, we paid the price. What I should have done was kicked in the band, because I was directing the band, kicked in the band and start playing the music and drowned them out. You go in a bilge, the temperature down there is between 125 and 130 degrees. I'm in my 60s. It doesn't matter. Shit like that would go on. So when things like that would happen, I thought, man, we can't live this way. But my wife, Becky, she is an eternal optimist. She would always say, Ron, it's going to get better. It can't keep on going this way. And I'd say, Becky, listen, if you see a boulder rolling down a mountain, that boulder is not going to stop and start rolling up. It's going to get worse. If things are going bad, they have a tendency to continue going bad.
It's just fantastic to me that you found out all this information on Google.
Yeah.
And that you were shielded from all this stuff.
Yeah.
That's the craziest part. And you were 75 at the time? Somewhere in that range?
I was in my 70s in that time. I think it was 2 years later that we actually escaped.
So how did you escape?
Well, first of all, I used to run the music department. And when I say run it, I'd make sure we did all the jobs we were supposed to do. And I would compose music. I worked with a guy by the name of Peter Schless. And we had some nice shit that we did together.
So at this point, you'd been in for how many years? 40 years?
No,
50?
In the C organization over 20-some years.
20-something years in the C organization,
yeah.
And all in all, Scientology, much more than that.
Yeah, well, I was in Scientology for 42 years.
And this is your only source of income?
Yeah, it's 50. Well, to begin with, when I got in, we got $30 a week. And then...
Generous.
What's that?
Generous.
Well, it went up to 50. It went up to 50
Ooh,
then.
It's a big raise.
When you got paid.
When you got paid.
When
Sometimes
you got paid.
You didn't.
Sometimes you go for months without getting paid at all. Now, the downside of that is you ain't paying much into Social Security. So if you leave, like some of these people who leave, they got shit for Social Security. They may have no place to go, no marketable skill, no car. What are they going to do?
Right.
So that people
so they
say,
just
well,
stay.
They stay. They gut it out.
And that's in the position that you were in. What made you decide?
Okay. Well,
just the Google information?
No. It was the treatment, the way people were being treated, and some of the shit that went down. Like,
so would you been okay if they treated you well, and you still found out that woman had been dead for 6 months, that L. Ron Hubbard wasn't really a war hero?
No, but I'll tell you what. If they had been actually disseminating this information and people on this planet were doing better and life was becoming better for large numbers of people, I don't know if I still might be there. In other words,
so
if you could do something
where you was really being effective and doing what you thought it was supposed to do,
precisely,
which is help humanity.
Precisely.
Do you think that at the core that its potential to help humanity is still there? You think that like
No.
you were saying that the beginning stages of Scientology are beneficial, and there is something
Like if they got all these beneficial things and just offered those. The odds of that happening, the odds now I'm talking about, would be the same odds as me turning into a penguin right now. It's not likely to happen.
Not so likely.
Not very likely. Maybe, you know.
And your son, he's going to be running it forever?
There's absolutely nobody who's going to take over.
Is it an election? Like, how does it work?
No fucking election. He runs it, and that's the end of it. He's surrounded by people, I guess you'd call them sycophants or sycophants.
Sycophants, yeah.
Who just pump him up all the time. And if he says, you know, I would like to have such and such, maybe he might want a different car, they'll go out and get it for him.
What are those people like? What are the people like that surround him, that enable him to maintain this power?
They feel that he is a power source, and they support him.
A power source because he runs the organization?
Well, yeah, because he got his tax exemption. He'll do things. He's tough. He's actually, David is a very smart guy. If it weren't for this streak in him where he attained all this power and had this shit going on in Scientology, who knows? I think he could be successful at anything.
Well, I believe that as well. I think anybody who gets to, I mean, it's really unfortunate, but anybody gets to even a position of being like a drug kingpin, like Pablo Escobar, I'm sure he could have been successful at other things had he decided to focus his mind in that direction.
You're exactly right, and that's how I feel.
So you feel like your son just fucked up in getting on a path that is, in your eyes, illegitimate versus, you know, him being a CEO of IBM or something like that.
You could say that. You could say that, and I'll tell you, I think you would be correct. Not I think, you would be.
Have you ever talked to him about Scientology?
You don't bring it up. You
don't bring it up?
No, I mean, look, take anybody with that much power. Do you think you can sit down and say, now, look, what I think is, what the fuck are you talking to me about? I'm running this fucking show, you know?
Yeah, but if it's your dad, I would think you would just sit down.
I didn't have that line with him. I'm telling you.
No.
Listen, if you're a Scientologist and you're at that level, you are of the belief that no spiritual being is another spiritual being's mother or father or daughter or sister. You happen to be occupying a body that maybe was given to you by another person, but in your heart, you're actually an independent thinking life unit, an immortal one to boot, okay?
Right. Okay, but let me ask you this. Do people really believe that, or do they just kind of go along with it because everybody else is going along with it? Is there ever a time where you're alone with somebody else in the Sea Org, or maybe you're setting up some video or something like that, and someone goes, hey, man, is this shit on the up and up?
Very seldom.
Very seldom, but what?
Well, I'll tell you why,
happen,
though. I'll tell you why.
The walls of yours?
No, fuck no.
Well?
You're telling this to somebody, they might write a knowledge report on you.
A knowledge report.
Now you're in deep shit, okay?
Jamie, I'm writing a knowledge report
now,
as soon as we leave here.
Okay, listen.
Okay.
You might laugh, but boy, when it's happened, it's
serious
serious shit.
Listen, I'm sure.
And if it's found out later that he said this to you and you didn't write a knowledge report, you are as culpable as he is for saying that.
And what happens to you? Somebody writes a knowledge report.
You go in for interrogation.
Oh, what do? They talk to you?
Sit you down in a meter. Tell you, what are your crimes? What evil purpose do you have toward David? What evil purpose do you have toward L. Ron Hubbard? What thoughts have you had about leaving? What thoughts have you had about destroying the organization? Anything of a harmful nature.
But what if you say, man, fuck this place? What did they kick you out?
No.
So how's that work? What if you get there? What if someone writes a knowledge report and you go, you know what, man? I've been thinking. I got on Google. I started reading a bunch of stuff. I think it's all bullshit. I don't even want to be here anymore, man. And fuck all this working for $50 a week. This is stupid. I don't want to do this anymore. Why are we all doing this? Why don't we just take the beginning parts of this and just get rid of all the stupid shit about, you know, separating from your children and make this thing better? What do you say? What would they do to you?
Well, first of all, you wouldn't dare do that if you were at a place like I was at the international base, okay, which is Golden Era Productions in Hammett, California.
Why? What would they do to you?
They'd seize you.
And then what happens?
And you'd be sequestered from the rest of the group, put into a place where you weren't associating with the rest of the group.
Right.
You'd go to lunch at a different time. You'd have a security guard watching you morning, afternoon, and night.
And you can never leave?
So, that's right. Somebody
what if you say, I just want to go home? I want to get out of here. I want to go get an apartment somewhere.
Can't do it, man. You just can't do it.
So they would just...
It'd fucking physically keep you.
It physically, like, hold you down.
Hold you
like,
hold
put you
back.
in a jail. They put you in jail.
And if the church... Well, I'm sure they're going to hear this. But they're going to say, oh, Ron could have left any time he could. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. If I would have been caught what I was trying to leave, which I'm going to get into. I didn't forget we were talking about that. If I would have been caught, they would have taken me and Becky, taken the keys to my car. I would have been sequestered from her. She'd been sequestered from me. We would have both been security checked. Sit down with the hands on an e-meter, which I'm sure you know what it is.
Yeah,
right?
I did one of those once.
Okay.
I don't really think it works.
You don't think it works?
No.
Sometimes it does.
Okay.
But that's not the point.
Okay.
You'd sit down with that and be interrogated. And then you'd work maybe 4 or 5 hours away at some manual labor. And when you weren't doing that, you'd be back on the cans again, as they say.
What if you don't work? What if you're like, fuck you, I don't want to work?
Yeah, like a difficult bastard, right?
Yeah, like what's ever happened? Has anybody ever rebelled? I mean, it's human nature to rebel against authority.
Yeah, but...
There's a certain amount of human nature to succumb, but...
But when you're up at a place where you have 300 or 400 people who feel differently, you're not that brave,
But does anybody ever have the gumption or the notion to go, hey, what the fuck are we doing? Does that ever happen?
Okay, maybe... Well, no, what they do is they escape, like I did.
That's it?
Yeah.
They don't speak up?
Well, if they speak up, they know what they're in for.
Right.
They know what they're in for. Here, there was a guy named Alex. He wanted to route out. It took him 4 fucking years to route out.
Route out?
That's what they call it. That's the proper way to leave, where you sit down and you do this routing form. It's basically security checking you till you're, for years.
So once you, say if you sign a 5-year contract, is that what you said? Is that
a 5-year contract? You would be at an outer org. There, you just walk out of the fucking place. People do that.
An outer org. But you can't do that at the Sea Org.
Well, you could in Los Angeles. But at the international base, you're living on a compound. Mm-hmm. You're surrounded with barbed wire, pointing in and pointing out. You're not going to jump that fence or you'll really screw yourself up.
I understand. But if you say if you sign a 5-year contract, when the 5th year's up, you get to leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're going to try to get you to re-enlist, okay?
Oh.
But if you're let's say you're working at one of the organizations in L.A., okay?
Okay.
You can walk out in the street and say, hey, see you later. What are they going to do?
Because you're in the free world.
You're in the free world. You're not in the free world at the international base.
I understand.
All right?
So you had to plot some sort of an out. So you had to think about it, and then you had to work with the wife, and you guys had to, like, hush-hush.
Right, and you asked me what led to that. Well, there's one major thing that led to it, and that was this. We got a new music director. I didn't want to have the post anymore. I was getting old and got this young guy, and I would write melodies all day, all week, months. Every melody I ever wrote was rejected by him. In other words, everything I was doing was a piece of shit, but I couldn't quit.
So this new guy was not fun to work with.
Terrible. It was terrible.
And you couldn't talk to
listen, I was the only one who had gotten a recording contract on my own steam. Nobody gave it to me. I didn't have a rich daddy or something. Mm-hmm. A contract with Chappell's Publishing for my writing and asked to play on the BBC. Nobody had achieved that in that department. Now, maybe my skills weren't up to how they write modern music, and I used to beg him. I said, listen, what do you want as an acceptable particle? I'm a trained musician. Give me some ideas what you want, and I'll start writing that. Fuck you, learn it just like I did. This is how I was treated.
Well, it doesn't sound like a fun time. So you couldn't talk to your son and say, hey, kid, listen, this fucking new guy sucks.
Wait a minute. I did that. I called him, and I didn't call him. I wrote to him. I said, Dave, you got to get together with me.
Right.
So we got together. I said, look, I'm working all day long, and nothing I'm doing is being approved. You got to get me a different job. I says, I don't care if you get me a job waxing cars in Motorpool, but I want to do something so at the end of the day, you can say, here's what he did. Okay. You know?
Right, I get it.
He says, I'll look into it. He never looked into it. A couple months later, I said to Becky, look, we're getting the fuck out of here. Then we started planning.
So what was your plan as far as, like, getting a job? Because you had been working there for 25 years?
Well, I'm a good musician. I'm not just a punk. I mean, I play quite a bit of jobs in Milwaukee.
So you had skills.
I have skills. Oh, yeah. I'm a good salesman, too, you know. I also... Here's how I look.
Okay.
I'm 76 years old. I want to spend the rest of my life suffering out every day. Fuck this.
Right.
I'm getting out of here, okay?
Right. Got it.
And Becky finally says, okay. And she saw the writing on the wall that it wasn't going to get better.
Right.
So now we don't want to leave everything behind, because what little possessions we had was what we had, all right? So we started. By the way, I mentioned a little earlier that my daughter sent me 75 gifts on my 75th birthday, right?
Yeah.
Becky came up with the idea. My mother is going to celebrate. By the way, my wife's younger than me. My first wife, I divorced from and married a much younger woman. So her mother is going to have her 70th birthday. So we decided to send her mother 70 gifts. Now, in order to do this, it has to go through the security guards. So we would send her like a detailing kit for a car. I mean, her chances of detailing a car as a gift were nil to none. But they saw that, okay, we're sending her 70 gifts, so it got through them. Mm-hmm. We sent her our L. Ron Hubbard library books that we had, some other things, and we got a lot of stuff out of there that I couldn't fit in the car when we were going.
Ah.
You see what I'm saying?
Smart.
And then, after all was said and done, when we got everything out of there, we plotted it out. And I did this on Sunday mornings. On Sunday mornings, you had breakfast at 9 o'clock. Now, we lived on the southern side of the base, and we lived in rooms. You couldn't have a refrigerator. You couldn't have a coffee maker there. But across the street, on the north side, I worked in the studio. There was a refrigerator there. And I used to keep like Italian salami, maybe supersat, some Parmesan cheese, Romano cheese. So early Sunday morning at 9 o'clock, and I planned this out because there's two gates. There's one main gate where there's a security guard sitting in a booth, and then down the road about 200 yards, there's another gate where there's a little camera, and they see you coming. And they got used to me going across to the north side to go to the studio, and I'd come back through the main gate and bring the security guards a piece of cheese or salami. So they thought, hey, Sunday morning he's going to get his goodies. In other words, I'm feeding the watchdogs. This is set up.
Right.
Right? So comes the day we're going to leave, March 25th, 2012. We get up real early, and I had a little notebook. I must have checked it 20 times, what I wanted to take, what I wanted to leave behind. Like the night before. And by the way, my biggest cover on being able to get out of there was the fact that I was 76 years old, and I was the father of the chairman of the board. Nobody would suspect that I was going to leave unauthorizedly. All right?
Okay.
So I'm out with a mesh bag full of shoes, putting it in the car, and one of the security guards come by on his bicycle, an Italian guy, Sal. Hey, Ronnie, how you doing? Good, you know. And he sees me putting this in, but he justifies it in his mind. Oh, he's putting stuff in his car.
Right.
Doesn't think twice why I'm doing it.
Of course.
Another guy's coming by, an old-time Scientologist. I have a bag of clothes I'm putting in the car. Ronnie, how's it going? Good deal, Norm. Yeah. All right, put it in the car. So we got through all that.
Okay.
So now, Sunday morning, 9 o'clock, we get in the car, we're loaded up, and we're driving down. To get to that second gate is about a half mile down the road. We go there, and I'm going past our mess hall where we would eat, and this is called Massacre Canyon Inn, or MCI. It's where the crew would eat their meals. And I see the chase car. Like on Sunday morning, there's only 2 security guards on duty. One is in the main booth, and the other one is in a car so he can rove, and it's called a chase car.
Okay.
So the chase car is parked outside of the mess hall. I knew Sal was in there. So I go around another 100 yards down the road, get to the gate, and by the way, at this point, my heart is in my throat, all right? Because when I hit that buzzer, if Jurgen would have said, come up to the booth, that was it. I was fucked.
Okay.
Hit the buzzer, didn't say anything, the gate opens. I pulled out of the gate. It says, Becky, we're turning left. So I turned left, jammed the throttle, and I knew I had to make it down to these. There's 3 roads. One goes to Route 60, straight ahead, rather. The other one goes to Route 10, and if I turn left, I go into Hammett. I knew by the time I'm going down the road, and he would be trying to get me on the next hill. Ron, what the hell are you doing? Then he'd call Sal. Sal, get up to the booth pronto. I know Sal would have to run out, get in the car. I'd already be at those crossroads or the tree roads. So I knew when Sal came, he'd either turn right or go straight ahead. I turned left, went in the Hemet. We hit the boondocks, and I was free.
Wow. So what did you do then?
We drove to Wisconsin.
Did you have money on you?
Yeah, I had money on me. And I paid for everything cash, Joe.
You're only getting $50 a week. How long did you save money?
Well, I was also getting Social Security, so I would salt that away. All right, very low amount, by the way, because
you weren't making much money.
Yeah, it's just bullshit.
Right.
But anyway, I paid for gas with cash. We ate for cash. We stayed at a motel 2 nights. Paid cash.
Because you couldn't use your credit cards because they'd be able to track you.
Exactly.
So when you finally surfaced, how'd you surface?
I went to her mother's place.
And then what happens then? Did they try to get you?
Yeah,
how does that work?
Well, here's what happens. No, believe me.
Do they try to bring you back? Look, Ron, it's been a big misunderstanding.
Oh, here's how it went. About 2 weeks later, we're sitting in her mother's house, and it's a split level where there's an upstairs and downstairs in the kitchen. The window is almost level with the ground. You know how a split level goes? And I'm looking out the window. We're having breakfast coffee. And I see this girl outside, Marion. And I thought, fuck, okay, they found me. So I went through the garage outside, and there's Greg Woolhair. And he says, Ronnie, I guess you're surprised it took us so long to get here. Ha, ha, ha. We thought you were going to go to Lori's place. We never thought you'd come here. Ha, ha, ha. Like nothing happened, you know?
Right.
So he says, okay. So I says, Greg, listen, you're just wasting your time. I'm not going back. And he says, Ron, I says, hey, I don't want to live that life, man. It was a terrible fucking life. I'm not doing it again. He says, you blew. That's a term they use if you leave without authorization. And he pulled out this policy. It's called Leaving and Leaves. And what it says
Leaving in Leaves?
Leaving and Leaves. That's the name of it. And what it says in there substantially is this. The only reason a person leaves a group is because they have committed harmful acts against the group. And they want to remove themselves so they don't keep on committing harmful acts against the group.
How convenient.
No shit.
You can't just leave because you want to leave. You have to be a bad guy.
Or the fact that, you're working maybe 12, 14, 16 hours a day, sometimes not going to sleep for 3 days.
But you got that raise to $50 a week.
I shouldn't have done it.
It's a nice raise. So when do you do then? When you say you're not going back?
Well, they try to convince me, and it got to the point and says, guys, you're wasting your time. I am not going back. And I went in town and I saw them a couple times, and they says, come on, we'll take you out to a nice place to eat. We'll take you to a movie. Like they're going to schmooze me into going back to live that life. Greg says to me, Ronnie, look, you can go to Flag. You'll have your own apartment. You have a kitchen. We know you like to cook. And then you can train some of the guys how to sell. You can play with the band down there. I said, Greg, you're out of your fucking mind. You get me down there, it's going to be the same thing. No, it won't, Ronnie. It went on.
So do you think they were just trying to bullshit you? Like
Not do I think. Absolutely.
So if you got there, there'd be no apartment. They'd punish you, write out a knowledge report. You can't do this.
Yeah.
Why do they want you to stay? Why do they give a fuck if you leave? That's
because
what I don't understand.
I would be what they consider to be a sensitive particle. Like these guys that were following me.
A particle?
Well, here's what I mean by that. Like Dwayne Powell and Daniel Powell. Well, I was the father of the chairman of the board.
Right.
That's a blight. I mean.
Did you ever talk to your son after this?
I tried to call him once. I tried to call him after I found out the PIs were following me, and after I heard that you got on the phone and said, if he dies, let him die. Don't intervene. Don't do anything.
This is what you heard, right?
You can hear it, too. You can go
recording?
Tony Ortega's, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Tony Ortega, Underground Bunker, and you can hear these interviews, okay? They're as public as you're going to get.
But you don't hear his actual words?
No.
Okay. So
but
it's
there'd
really
be
just
no
hearsay?
reason that this guy would make up that story.
Yeah,
because,
but people do make things up, right?
Well, okay, let's put it this way.
But I'm just playing devil's advocate
You can play devil's advocate. The father was interrogated to begin with. He told the same story. The son came in later, didn't have a chance to talk to his father, told the same story.
Okay. So you haven't had a chance to talk to your son?
I called, and an attorney got on the phone and said, Ron, David won't talk to you. He doesn't feel he could trust you.
Now, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
As a father, because I'm a father and you're a father.
Jim Norton's back. And now,
the idea of being estranged from your kids in that way, where your kid
Scientology
hates
tells
you,
you when you first come
doesn't
in
want
that it's
anybody to save you if you
applied
die.
philosophy to help you with your communication
Do you
skills.
feel any
And you're
remorse?
asked to
Do you
pay
feel like
$50 for a
in any
course.
way you fucked up? Do
It's
you ever
not
look
until
at your
you've
life
been in
and
for
go,
several
how did
years
I,
and you've
how
paid
did I
several
lose my connection with my
$100,000
son?
that they start to level with you about what it's really about.
Listen.
And that you're going to end up paying
It's
$1,000
written
an
in
hour
policy
for counseling to
to
remove
do
unseen
what David did.
alien souls
There's a
that are
policy
attached
that
to your
says, listen,
body.
somebody
I
who
understand
leaves
that
for
entirely,
years.
but I'm talking
Okay,
about
well,
as a human being. As a human being.
as a human being, I thought it was terrible because we had a good life together.
But do you feel any responsibility?
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's anything you could have done differently?
I guess
Yeah,
I'm
not get him in
Scientologist, not
Scientology.
really
That's it?
practicing.
Not
So
really.
you feel like once he got into
that's why I
Scientology,
find the
it's not your
Tom
fault.
Cruise video so fascinating. Remember the
He
video
lives
that
his
came
life.
out? That
He's
was
the
leaked
one
to
who got
internet
the
back in
power to do
2008.
all these things.
I understand, but you raised him, right?
reveals